What is good, royal family? What is good? We got some things that I want to go over today, an update and also a request. So before we get started, we're going to listen to Moneybag Yo, None Like Me, after I set up that for you. Okay. All right, let's go. All right. Let me get this set up really quick. What's good, royal family? Those of you that are in the building, most hated bronze flat power god, salute. What's good, Bell Gates? I see you up in the building. We got a problem with it's acting funny, y'all. It's acting funny. Okay. But anyway, so today, right? Hold on. Now YouTube's acting crazy. What is going on? Hold on. Why is this doing this? The fuck? Hold on, let me click back out.
As a 10-year-old.
Okay, now that we got that together.
Little boy clean as a 10.
Okay. Now, I apologize about that, y'all. Shout out to everybody up in here. I don't know what YouTube is doing. I seen that a couple of other apps too was tripping today as well when I was on them. I don't know if it's just me or what, but we do have first we're gonna get to the updates and the cop that had inappropriate text messages between himself and a little girl that happens to be his stepchild. Okay. Now, again, that is a cop for Detroit Police Department. But first, I want to get to this situation with Kimberley Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker. If y'all don't know, I did a video on this about 2 weeks ago where in Florida, there was this child. The mother and her boyfriend brought the son to the hospital. The child had burns and all type of cuts and scrapes and all that, and was in active cardiac arrest when he arrived to the hospital. Now, the mother, and this is in the video that I did earlier, the mother is a nurse, right? Kimberley Mills is a nurse. So she was doing CPR on her son, you know, and then they got to the hospital. She was still doing CPR. The nurses took over. Andre Walker left, and shortly after, so did Kimberley Mills. Now, Kimberley and Andre were being charged with a whole bunch of child abuse and other charges. However, sadly, this child has passed. What's good, Lex? This child has passed recently. So now they are being charged with second-degree murder as well. So like I said in my video, if the child does pass, and I think we all kind of were hoping for him to make it, but clearly that is not the case. He did pass. I did do a video on my True Crime TV channel about it, just put up most of what's in this update for that situation. But right before, I want to say, like earlier today, not like probably about 2 hours ago, I saw that they were actually now charged with also second-degree murder of the child. So this video right here is 27 minutes. However, there is the 2 parts with the Detroit cop and stuff like that. So of course, I don't feel like there's much to say in the Kimberley Mills situation right now, but I do want to document that they did escalate the charges. What's good, Terry? Shout out to everybody in the building. But I do want to just make note that they did escalate the charges in this situation, and both of them are currently in jail. I don't think that they're going to be able to get out, which is a good thing. But let's get started. There's no intro for this one because it's just an update. Let's go.
As a 10-year-old little boy clings to life in the hospital, one of his accused abusers faced a judge and will stay in jail on no bond.
We are learning new, very disturbing information about this case that detectives called child torture. West 2's David Jones was in court today where Andre Walker's wife also took the stand.
Yeah, she was the sole witness called by Andre Walker's defense team. Walker was the boyfriend of the now arrested mother of the boys, Kimberley Mills, but his wife came to testify, and it was revealed in court today that Walker has an entirely separate family in Palm Bay. So as this abuse case continues to become unveiled in court, that little boy, that little 10-year-old boy, is still clinging to life in the hospital. For the first time, Andre Walker entered a Lake County courtroom to meet a judge face to face and a hearing to determine whether he would be allowed to bond out of jail. He faced the little boy's family, and he also faced his wife testifying on his behalf. The state laid out their case, attempting to prove both Walker and the boy's mother, Kimberley Mills, were in on the abuse. They started with the detectives. The first detective testified to investigators' interview with the boy's little brother after the older brother was dropped off at the hospital by Mills and Walker with numerous burns and bruises and cardiac arrest.
He stated that night that he was being punished in the living room, and then after that, he was taken into the garage with Andre, and who he also said that it was mom's boyfriend. He was taken into the garage and punished further by Andre in the garage.
He says the little brother told investigators weights were dropped on the 10-year-old boy, who was duct taped to a ladder with his hands above his head. The second detective spoke about a dense copper wire found in the bedroom of one of the boys.
I learned later that it was used as a form of so-called discipline against the boys.
And how?
In terms of hitting the boys through spanking and I believe on their head as well.
The defense maintained there was no concrete evidence Walker was involved.
Those pictures show that there is prolonged abuse to that child. There is no evidence that Mr. Walker took part in any of that abuse.
The judge ultimately sided with the state.
The court finds there is a substantial probability that the defendant committed the offenses as charged. Also, the nature and circumstances of the offenses and the nature of the injuries to which are egregious.
The judge decided not to grant bond. The Tavares Police Department expressing gratitude to the state attorney's office and the judge, with the state attorney saying in part, quote, "This defendant will not be a danger to our community while he awaits trial. We hope this is the first step in obtaining justice for the horrific crimes committed by this defendant." Now, Walker and Mills are both expected back here in Lake County Court on aggravated child abuse charges coming up later this month. As for that little 10-year-old boy's condition, he's still listed as critical. It was said in court today that since that night he was dropped off at the hospital, he has not regained consciousness. Tavares police stand ready to upgrade the charges if necessary.
Well, Tavares police released photographs from inside the home where they say two boys were abused, one to the point of cardiac arrest. It's just a horrific case. Nearly 2 weeks later, that little boy remains in critical condition. You spoke with a child abuse expert who says we all have a role to play.
I did. He says if you see something, to say something and make sure to call the proper authorities to investigate. That little 10-year-old remains in the trauma unit at the hospital. We saw yesterday a Lake County judge deny the bond for the boyfriend of the boy's mother. And today we're seeing these chilling pictures that reveal what police say happened inside of this home. We do want to warn you, these photos do depict objects used in alleged child abuse. New images released by Tavares police in a case officers say, quote, shook us to our core. A 6-foot ladder, a 10-pound weight, duct tape. Police say all used to restrain and injure the 10-year-old with his hands tied above his head. A red sweatshirt with duct tape around the arms and gray sweatpants with tape around the ankles were found outside in the trash bin.
In this case, a 10-year-old boy was brought to the ER by the defendant and the boy's mother in cardiac arrest.
Another photo shows a thick, insulated copper wire found in the 10-year-old's bedroom. Investigators say the younger brother detailed the abuse, claiming they were beat with the wire. The boy's mother, Kimberley Mills, and her boyfriend, Andre Walker, both face aggravated child abuse charges.
Many of the visible signs that a normal person would see can be so subtle, but some of them can be obvious.
Dr. Matthew Seibel is the previous director of the Child Protection Team in Central Florida and a pediatric hospitalist.
Anybody can report. It's easy.
Seibel says the physical signs can be obvious to the casual observer: bruising, burns, weight loss. Other things?
You're looking for more behavioral changes in children, which can oftentimes tip you off to changes in their home, changes regarding the care that they receive at home.
He says if there's ever a question, you should call Florida's Child Abuse Hotline.
There's a concern from a neighbor, from a teacher, from a relative. You call the abuse hotline. That's what it's there for. And they are required to investigate, and you can do it anonymously.
And the police department out here in Tavares is collecting gift card donations for the boys and for their family. They're asking anyone who has those donations to drop them off. The boy's father did come down to the state from out of state to be by his son's bedside, but you can drop off those donations if you have them here at the Tavares Police Complex.
The man accused of abusing a 10-year-old little boy along with his girlfriend, the boy's mother, will not be granted bond.
Andre Walker and his girlfriend were arrested after leaving the boy at a hospital in cardiac arrest just last month.
So we heard detectives describe some of the items the boy's little brother alleges Walker or their mom would use to punish them. And we also heard from Walker's wife, who he separated from. She testified in his defense, but it was.
Now, I just really quickly want to state that the fact that his wife went to his court date where he is being tried for, at this time of this video, right, was charged with severe abuse on a child that was fighting for his life. I had said that sadly, this child had passed away. Rest in peace to this child. But the wife of this man goes to the court to support him, even though he was clearly cheating on her with Kimberley. I think that that's trash. Let's continue.
Wasn't enough to get him released on bond. Now, just a warning, some of what you're about to hear may be disturbing to you.
Egregious.
That's how a judge described the injuries a 10-year-old little boy suffered. Detectives with the Tavares Police Department allege it was at the hands of the boy's mother, Kimberley Mills, and her boyfriend, Andre Walker, saying they left the boy at Advent Health Waterman one night in February, with a detective testifying Tuesday to the internal injuries hospital staff said the boy had.
Internal bleeding in his stomach area, and with the raccoon eyes, they said it was possible with the head trauma.
Walker's charges were...
So he just said that this child had raccoon eyes, basically 2 black eyes due to head trauma. And this woman is going to the court to support her man, her husband.
Changed from accessory to child abuse on the 10-year-old to child abuse on the boy and his 8-year-old brother. Detectives testified the 8-year-old was interviewed by DCF and described various items Walker or their mother used to punish the boys: a flashlight, boxing gloves, and a rubber-wrapped copper wire. The night the 10-year-old was brought to the hospital, his brother said he was being punished by having weights dropped on him.
He was having the weights dropped on his stomach. He was duct taped to a ladder that was in the garage, and his hands were duct tape above his head.
Detectives testified duct tape, a ladder, and weights were found inside of the home. Walker's wife was the only person called to testify in his defense. She said he had never been in trouble with the law.
In the 16 years that you've known Mr. Walker, have you been in fear of him?
No.
Yes, the little boy died, I want to say about 2 days ago, a day and a half ago. I was just waiting for them to announce that they have escalated the charges, which they did, which is very, very sad.
Do you share children with Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Hey, Emmanuel.
Have you ever been in fear of your children's safety?
Never. Walker.
So they have children together. He's in a home where there's children. He didn't beat them children, right? which he may or may not have with his wife. I don't know. They said that they were together for 16 years. So I would hope that those were his children, right? But she looked like a decent, normal looking type of woman. Why would she be there supporting this man in his court date, testifying on the stand, trying to get him released on bail, on bond? Like, what in the hell? Now, the mother of the two children, the mother of the child that passed away, rather, she's not trash either. But the fact that this woman is up here advocating for her husband to get out, and like he had did this to a child, I would never look at that nigga again in my life. What's good, Lee Q? Shout out to everybody in here. Cynthia, Treasure Life. Shout out to everybody in here. Zen, I see you. Emmanuel.
Walker's defense attorney called the case and the photos of the boys' injuries tragic and said they signified long-term abuse.
There is no evidence that Mr. Walker took part in any of that abuse.
She accused the state of relying on hearsay evidence in the case they made Tuesday. But the judge said
there was photographic evidence to corroborate, substantial photographic evidence to corroborate the hearsay testimony.
And ruled,
the court finds that the state has met its burden, and I will grant the state's motion for pretrial detention.
So now both Walker and the boy's mother are being held in the Lake County Jail. And as far as how that little boy is doing tonight, detectives testified today that that little boy was unconscious when he was brought to the hospital last month, and to this day has not regained consciousness.
Now, I also want to note, right, if you go back and watch the video that I did on it, I'm going to drop the link for that video just in case nobody's seen it and is new to this case. I had did not a live on it. I did a premiere, right, on it. Now, they had stated in that video, in that clip, the video is like 43 minutes. They had stated in there that they believe that the boy may have been sexually assaulted. However, because he was in severe condition on life support, fighting for his life, that they could not do the sexual abuse, the rape kit, right? So I hope now, first of all, I made a note in that video that I hope they secured any evidence that they need. Surely, the boy was on life support for about a month. I would hope that they bathed him to some degree. But if we're talking about and I'm not meaning to be, disrespectful, but penetration of an object or a part of a person's body on the child, then I hope that they did whatever they had to do to secure the evidence. But I hope that portion, they investigate, because they said that they weren't able to do the rape kit and investigate further whether there was sexual abuse or not. I hope now they can do what they need to do, because I believe that isn't far-fetched. I mean, they thought that for a reason. So there had to have been some type of signs, but maybe, just maybe, they had said that they dropped weights, right, on the boy's stomach. Maybe, something down there on the backside looked a little different because of the pressure of the, weights hitting the stomach and stuff like that. I don't know if I'm not meaning to be graphic, but intestines were out or something to make them feel like there was foul play for our sexual assault. We don't even know what they mean by possible sexual assault. Again, they didn't ever talk about that again that I saw, but I hope they get to the bottom of it, period, point blank.
The 10-year-old boy, detectives say, was abused by his own mother, and her boyfriend has died.
What's good, Belle? Nothing. We're just going through this situation with Kimberley Mills. I don't know if you remember. I think you were in the live stream, but here's the video. If not, the premiere when I did it. Kimberley Mills and her boyfriend, Andre Walker, they went to court. This is just proving that they went to court. When I did my video, they hadn't even went to court yet. So this is just picking up where I left off. Unfortunately, though, this child has passed away about 2 days ago, a day and a half ago, in the hospital. He never regained consciousness. So this is truly heartbreaking. And this is out of Florida.
Yeah, very sad story tonight. That little boy had been fighting for his life for weeks. Michelle, this started when he was first taken to the hospital in late February.
That's right, Luana. We just got this heartbreaking update just over an hour ago. Tavares police say the little boy was the victim of unimaginable abuse and neglect at the hands of those who were meant to take care of him. And now the police are vowing to get justice for him. First told you about this case last month after police say the little boy was left at the hospital by his mother, Kimberley Mills, and her boyfriend, Andre Walker. Police say he had severe bruising and burn marks all over his body. They would later find out that he was being tortured in his own home, they say. The victim's brother told police that Walker would punish him by dropping weights on him and duct taping him to a ladder with his hands above his head. Police say the other brother, who was only 9 years old, was also being abused in similar ways. The Tavares Police Department started a donation drive for the two boys, saying that the donations would help the family focus on the little boy's health. Mills and Walker are both still in custody. Police say that they are working with the state attorney's office now to upgrade those charges against the both of them now that the 10-year-old boy has died.
But we begin with
Now, they've been charged with also second-degree murder. I'm sorry.
breaking news tonight. A 10-year-old boy who was allegedly tortured by his own mother and her boyfriend has died. The abuse allegedly happened inside the family's home in Tavares.
Of course, it is truly heartbreaking, and no one wanted to hear this result. The little boy had been fighting for his life in the hospital here for nearly a month, but unfortunately, he did not make it. Now, the police department released a statement tonight saying, in part, with profound sorrow, the Tavares Police Department announces the tragic passing of a 10-year-old boy, a victim of unimaginable abuse and neglect at the hands of those who were meant to take care of him. This innocent child's life was marked by unspeakable suffering, and his loss has deeply shaken our community and everyone involved in this case. Now, these photos from Tavares Police paint a picture of the horror that this child was going through. You'll see a ladder and a piece of child's clothing with tape on it.
And notice that the ladder had tape on it as well.
The crime scene also shows a 10-pound dumbbell wrapped in duct tape. Tavares police now say the boy's mother, Kimberley Mills, and her boyfriend, Andre Walker, taped her 10-year-old son to that ladder and dropped the weight on his stomach as punishment. They took the boy to the hospital when he stopped breathing about a month ago on February 22nd. But police say Mills had scared her son into hiding the abuse from his teachers and friends for some time. Now, Tavares Police is working with the state attorney's office to enhance charges for the boy's mother and her boyfriend.
We've got some breaking news that we're following in Lake County right now, where murder charges were just announced for a Lake County mom and her boyfriend, both of them now charged with murdering her 10-year-old son.
They're upgrading the charges against Kimberley Mills and Andre Walker following the death of 10-year-old XAVIER Williams. A case of torture, investigators say it left the boy covered head to toe in bruises.
Yeah, this was unfortunately expected. This mom and her boyfriend had been facing aggravated child abuse charges since they brought little XAVIER Williams to the hospital in cardiac arrest. Following his death on Friday, both the state attorney's office and the police department confirming to WESH 2 that those charges have now been upgraded to second-degree murder. XAVIER Williams is described as a funny, likable kid, a great friend to those who knew him. Community members continue to pour out expressions of grief at the memorial in front of the Tavares home where XAVIER lived.
A few doors down, and I could do nothing to help.
Neighbors like Vicki Kane, a social worker.
This has just weighed so heavily on me to know that a child was being so severely abused right a few houses from me, and there was nothing I could do. But I know I heard him scream one night, and I came out with a flashlight, looked around, couldn't find anything, or I would have called the police, but I couldn't identify where the scream came from.
XAVIER's mother, Kimberley Mills, and her boyfriend, Andre Walker, faced aggravated child abuse charges after the 10-year-old was brought to the hospital covered with burns and bruises. Detectives testified XAVIER's little brother told investigators about the abuse, about how XAVIER had been duct taped to a ladder and had weights dropped on him. XAVIER would spend a month in the hospital, never regaining consciousness, according to detectives, before passing away Friday.
We're pleased that the state attorney's office has filed charges on Kimberley Mills and Andre Walker.
Okay, so I make a correction. It was Friday, but when I seen these clips, they literally said like the ones that we just watched was a day ago, and this one was 12 hours ago. So maybe they didn't like tell the media right away or something.
For second-degree murder.
Detective Courtney Sullivan says it's a horrific case that has shaken the community.
This has been a devastating case to work as a detective, but also.
And not only that, his mom's boyfriend, like that little sweet child, what could he have possibly done? Again, he was 10 years old to receive this type of treatment. The dude and the mother is a coward, because even if she just sat back while he abused her son, she still did nothing to protect her son. But I believe they both played a part in this equally, right? There's talk about the Andre Walker bringing the son to which is not his son. Their dads are their dad, which is one person, flew to Florida right when he found out about this situation to be at his son's bedside and be there for his other son that he has with Brandy. But I'm just saying, like, what possibly could this child have done to deserve to be tied up with duct tape to a ladder and then have weights dropped on you? On anywhere on your body? And imagine the pain of a 10-pound weight being just dropped on your stomach, your torso. Like, oh my God. When they spoke of internal injuries, I can only imagine. I do hope that this goes to court, but let's continue. What's good? Internal Rain, I'm saying that
so
right.
As a mother,
I'm kind of emotional right now because of this case. This shit pisses me the fuck off. This mother is not shit, like, period, point blank.
and I think a lot of our department can agree that as parents, this has been the most difficult case that we've ever had to work.
And Sullivan asks,
I said internal range. I meant international. I fucked up.
Asks everyone keep Xavier's family and brother in your thoughts and prayers. The family has extended an invitation to the community to attend a vigil.
Exactly that part. Bell said it only takes 8 pounds of pressure to break a bone.
Saturday evening at 7 o'clock at Wooten Park in Tavares. They ask that if you are coming, you do wear blue. That was Xavier's favorite color.
And that breaking.
All right. International said the baby didn't do shit. The mother is busy entertaining Dick versus her child. And not only that, because we had heard that Andre Walker was the one to, inflict certain abuse that the youngest son of Kimberley, told police that he brought him to the garage so that he could inflict more pain on him. It was literally, as the detectives described, torture. Like, she is trash. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, she's trash. Yes, entertaining Dick, and trash for doing that and allowing this man to disrespect her child, to abuse her child and torture her child. But this man, remember, this man's wife, not this man, but Andre Walker's real wife, went to court in support of him, wanting him to be released from jail. And she stated, whether it was a lie or not, but she stated that he had never assaulted their children, right? Which is interesting, because if she is telling the truth, then why was it that this 10-year-old child needed to be abused like that? Not only that, the other child of the boy that's deceased, he's still alive, right? So there's a child that's deceased. That child had a brother that is still alive. He's the one that helped and talked to police, let them know kind of what he had saw and stuff like that and how it was in the home. But yeah, like, they abused him as well, so that's unfortunate too. Like, it's totally heartbreaking. I hate when women don't want children and they have them and they make stupid decisions on what to do next. Like, okay, you made him, I wouldn't say any child is a mistake, but if you didn't mean to get pregnant or whatever, like, I just cannot understand how you could, A, put a man or anybody else before your kids, B, that you could just do this to one of your own, or watch somebody else do it, or be with somebody that's doing it and not get y'all help or whatever. Like, again, I think that Kimberly Mills abused her children as well, but also the fact that she was a registered nurse, not a CNA. You know, not one of the ones that just went and got a couple of weeks of, you know, classes, right? No disrespect to CNAs, but let's be real. Are we talking about a registered nurse? Do you know how much schooling has to go behind that? And you would jeopardize your ability to, you know, be licensed or whatever. Bro, this shit is wild. This is wild. This is really wild. Yes, that brother is definitely going to need counseling. Now, for the rest of the video tonight, the live stream tonight, we're going to be focused on Michigan. This case is coming out of Detroit. Shout out to the person that brought this to my attention. I don't know if they want me to drop their name, but I definitely appreciate it. I hate that it took me a little bit to see the message because I don't go on that app, you know. It was sent to me on Instagram or whatever. Totally unexpected that this person would even reach out to me far as a story, but we are close, right? So shout out to that person. You know who you are. Now, this dude right here was married to a woman for 5 years and decided one day that he was going to start texting his stepdaughter sexually explicit conversation, trying to basically hook up with the child. Now, I feel like she did a great thing, right? Coming forward, she told her aunt, and then her dad got involved, and then he reported it. So I think that in doing that, my internet, well, I don't know if it's my internet or not. It's not my internet. But I think that she did a great job in reporting that. Now, far as the other case, I didn't mean to move on like that, child. Remember what I just said far as this, right? But in the other case, I will continue to watch for updates in the case and stuff like that, because I'm definitely interested in the outcome. And if you're new to this channel over here, I do go through trials, child. I will sit through a whole trial, whole time, be live and all that. And we will commentate on the trial. So that would be a case that I definitely would be interested in. Rest in peace to that child. And I hope that, you know, apparently the father has been able to step in for the son that is still alive. So hopefully he gets everything that he needs so that he can heal. And I just want to extend my condolences for that child's passing. Is definitely unfortunate. I do not blame the dad because we don't know the circumstances, right? Was Kimberly Mills the type to be like, you know, I don't want my baby daddy around and try to keep him from the kids? Or was he, you know, just not around for some time, you know, being a bad father? Then he found out that this tragic thing happened to his son. And then he, you know, immediately, I'm talking about right away, right as when the detectives called him, this man flew down to Florida. He don't even live there. Flew down to Florida to be at his son's bedside, as well as his son that is still currently alive. But I do wish them any type of healing. I would hope that it's the first one, right? Or they just lived in other states or whatever, but he was in their life. But we will find out more of that type of stuff possibly in trial. Shout out to Brittany. Okay, you're in Detroit International. What's good? What's good? Shout out to Brittany. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Okay, now, well, like I said, we're gonna get into this situation with this cop, right? This is a Detroit cop found, not found guilty yet, right? He's still going to court. They said that he went to court on like the 18th. Funny thing is, the news did not cover it. And if they did, I did not see it. But I looked up and down YouTube, on social media, even for updates on this. Again, maybe I missed it, right? I'm human, but I just kind of, you know, question that a little bit. But let's take a look at this. Because like I said, he sent this child, not only child, his stepdaughter, sexually explicit text messages. Let's take a look.
News comes to us tonight from the Detroit Police Department. DPD has placed Officer Earl Anderson.
Thank you, Cynthia. You're talking about this case right here? said she ain't heard anything else, if that's what she's talking about.
On paid administrative leave, DPD says Anderson is being investigated for allegedly having inappropriate communications with a minor.
And Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison released a statement tonight that reads, in part, these allegations are concerning, troubling to be exact, because the alleged crime occurred in the city of Warren. The Warren Police Department has taken the lead on this investigation. Bettison also writing that he will be submitting paperwork to the Board of Police Commissioners to remove Officer Earl Anderson from the department payroll. We also reached out to the Warren Police Department about this, the lead agency on this investigation. They did not have any more details to share tonight, but a spokesperson did say they will have more information in the coming days, if not tomorrow.
Detroit police officer now formally charged in connection to allegedly sending text messages to a minor. Prosecutors are saying 37-year-old Earl Anderson Jr. sent inappropriate texts to the young girl. Anderson charged with accosting a child for immoral purposes, which is a 4-year felony. Detroit police placing Anderson on paid administrative leave before he was arraigned this morning. His bond set at $200,000. Macomb County prosecutor Pete Lucido released a statement this morning reading in part, the safety and well-being of our children is a top priority. We should be able to trust police officers to protect our children, not prey on them. And again, that coming from the Macomb County prosecutor, because this case is originating out of Warren.
A Detroit police officer accused of sending dirty texts to a 12-year-old girl, his own spouse's daughter. 37-year-old Earl Anderson Jr. charged with accosting a child for immoral purposes. A 4-year felony if convicted. Anderson has been suspended from the line of duty.
It's a message thread back and forth.
And he looked like a cop, y'all, don't he? I could just see him with his whole little outfit on, child. But like, bruh.
Between Mr. Anderson and a 12-year-old child with sexualized type messages. Were they pictures? So I'm not going to go too much into.
Yes, Brittany, that is this story. Yep, you're correct.
All the evidence, but I will state that they're inappropriate. They're messages back and forth that have a sexualized undertone to them.
Detective John Talos with Warren Police says there's around 10 messages in total that were allegedly sent between Anderson and the 12-year-old in the late night hours. Warren PD were informed last month after the girl told a family member.
Now, really quick, he said the late night hours, right? Scary thing is he was actually married to her mother. So I'm wondering, was he living in the home? Like what? Like maybe he felt more comfortable, you know what I mean? Communicating to her through text. Maybe he didn't, you know, touch her, right? Because that's not in the report, but touch her physically. But it's still alarming, like that he possibly was in the same home with this child, living in the home with her.
We also want the victim in this case to know that she did a wonderful job reporting this immediately to family.
Yeah, he do look grimy. Like what I meant to say was like one of them dirty ass cops though. You know what I'm saying?
And she did exactly what we would hope that any child would have the knowledge and the courage to do, which is to report this to the police department.
We're talking about a young little child, 12 years old. We're talking about a child who has to now live with uncertainty about police officers and every child for that matter when something like this happens.
Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison said a statement.
And I want you to remember the police chief, Todd Bettison, right? Because he's going to come up in the next case that we're going to look at when we get into the meat of tonight's live stream.
Reading these allegations are concerning, troubling to be exact, because the alleged crime occurred in the city of Warren. Warren PD has taken the lead on the investigation. Pursuant to DPD's policy, our internal affairs unit is conducting a parallel investigation. Earlier today, I suspended Officer Anderson from duty. Next, I will submit paperwork to the Board of Police Commissioners to remove Officer Anderson from our department payroll. Anderson.
Not only that, but he was suspended. I don't know if now, but he was suspended with pay. What the fuck is that, bro? You find out that this man could have, he's a police officer, right? He could have possibly had communication with other inappropriate, you know, other children, right? He was exposed on this one, but he's the same one that could have been dispatched to a call where the same behavior is taking place. And he would have did what he was supposed to do as a cop, right? If he had been dispatched to a call where a child was contacted by an adult and these sexual things are happening, Like, it's just wild. And y'all decide to suspend him with pay? What? Not only should he been fired just for even having them charges, right? But also, fuck a paycheck, nigga. They should have took his last. Now I'm just playing, but I'm for real though. Like, you know, not for real, but I'm just saying, like, girl, bye. Like, how you gonna suspend him, right? Maybe they thinking like, if he fight the charges, then, you know, we'll hire him back. But anybody that is even getting accused of something like that in a higher up situation as a police department, y'all should take that serious. Like, what?
Since bond was set at $200,000 cash surety, he is still in the jail if he does.
Facts, though, facts. And like I said, it was a very good thing, Brandy, that she did what was right. She didn't feel right about it. She contacted her aunties, and then they had got her dad involved, and we finna hear from him in a second as well. I like when we see that there is a father figure, whether they're with the mother or not, when we do see an active father in the case. And I do feel like in this case, this man do care about his child.
Post bond, he's not allowed to have any contact with any minors or internet access. His next court date set for March 18th.
You know, as a Detroit police officer, he's considered a hero to many, but new allegations against one of the city's finest now has Officer Earl Anderson Jr. facing charges of sex crimes against a child.
Or it gets even worse. It wasn't just any police officer. It's the 12-year-old little girl's stepdad, apparently been with her mom for the last 5 years.
What do you say?
5 years, y'all. Here's the dad.
This guy, if he was standing right here.
I'll just be disgusted.
Cannot blame him one bit. His daughter, a 12-year-old girl, a 6th grader, nearly falls prey to a predator, her own stepdad.
I'm thankful that I caught it so soon, because it could have been worse.
The girl's biological dad, Brandon Harris, outing the Detroit police officer on social media this week, sharing the messages that 37-year-old Earl Anderson allegedly sent at 2 a.m. last month.
I'm gonna treat you like you grown. That's what really got me, and delete these messages and just grooming.
Anderson apparently telling the girl he'd treat her like she was a grown-up, urged her to find secret ways to chat with him, and repeatedly told her to delete the messages.
And that just shows that you know that what he was doing, and he knew that what he was doing was wrong. Like, he knew, he a police officer, he knows.
Specifically, so her dad didn't see. The little girl didn't bite, actually just the opposite, handing over the messages to her aunts.
She just felt like something was off, and I really salute her. Like I said, I thank her.
Watched her grow up, y'all. She's 12. So he's been in her life 5 years. Watched her essentially grow up almost half of her life.
Every day, still now.
And then Brandon went to Detroit police. The chief there, Todd Bedison, tells Fox 2 Anderson was suspended immediately, and they're working to get him off the payroll as soon as possible.
What do you want the lesson to be for parents?
Just be aware, checking phones.
Anderson charged with 1 count of accosting a child for immoral purposes and given a whopping $200,000 cash bond. His daughter will eventually have to face him in court.
She got some anger building her, but she just walking around with a smile on her face.
Now, Brandon Harris does have another daughter, a 10-year-old little girl who was around Anderson, but we're told there has not been any inappropriate contact uncovered. Now, Warren police, they do want to know if there's more victims out there.
But we begin tonight with a Detroit police officer charged after an alert dad took action to stop a man he says was trying to prey on his 12-year-old daughter.
The girl's father gave investigators what's been described as sexually explicit text messages.
Police in Warren are leading the investigation and have released the suspect's mugshot because they are trying to determine if there are any other victims out there.
A Detroit cop is behind bars tonight, accused of accosting a 12-year-old girl. That officer romantically involved with the victim's mother. Now Officer Earl Anderson could lose his badge and his freedom. He was charged with accosting a child for immoral purposes, a 4-year felony after allegedly sending several improper text messages to his girlfriend's daughter. 7 News Detroit does not typically broadcast booking photos, but police are investigating the possibility there may be more victims.
And I think that's really stupid that some of these, news networks started talking about how they don't broadcast booking photos, but low key, I see them doing it not just making note of it like they did right there, but they do it, you know what I'm saying, sometimes or whatever. Not specifically this news station, I'm just saying I've noticed that on other ones. But what is the real reason behind that? The public should know. This is public information. The public should know what this person looked like, especially in a situation like this. But even, let's say, just like a robbery situation or something like that, because there's a chance that other people may have been robbed in the same manner as that person. They may not, know that there's actual charges to even, come forward and be able to identify their attacker, possibly. I'm just saying.
Messages that are observed between Mr. Anderson and this 12-year-old child are inappropriate. They are sexualized in nature.
Warren Police Detective John Tallow says the investigation began in February with the victim's father discovering and coming forward with the text messages. Anderson's neighbors are stunned.
It's scary because I have two daughters that live next door. I got me a 14-year-old. I couldn't believe it. I don't know what I would do if I would find out something like that.
We want the community to know, to have your parents, make sure the parents are monitoring. Okay, make sure that they're looking at their children's social media accounts, text messages, internet searches. These areas are where people like this tend to try to prey on children to gain access to them.
Warren Police.
But in this situation, he didn't even have to do all that because this child was already in his life, which does cause me to think that he possibly may have done this previously already.
Says its investigation is not over. DPD is conducting an internal affairs.
Yes, girl, yes. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that she didn't just keep it quiet or, go with what he was saying or anything like that. These type of groomer, disgusting, predator ass motherfuckers, like, I hate them, bro.
There's investigation.
Once we learned that the charges were issued yesterday, we immediately suspended him.
Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison will recommend the Board of...
Right, but it's suspended him with pay. Like, what is the point in that? Just suspend him without pay.
Police commissioners suspend the 2-year veteran without pay.
Okay, then, because I know that I heard that, okay, in the beginning, they said with pay. And then now clearly it's without. I must not have heard that in editing.
And could also lose his badge.
We have a very high standard of conduct. And he, from what I've read in these messages, has tarnished our appearance. And he in no way represents the vast majority.
Yeah, I agree. He should have been fired. I was just thinking about that. Like, wait a minute. Suspension. Why would you even still want him around? Because some of these predators, they finagle their way through these cases and they don't get charged with, anything sometimes, but also, like, they may not have to register as a sex offender or whatever. They might get a plea deal like that, but they're still a predator.
Majority of Detroit police.
And you should have fired him right away.
Anyone with information about the case or others involving Anderson is asked to call Warren PD. Earl Anderson is locked.
Oh, he is in jail. He's in jail.
Up on the 200.
I don't know if he bailed out now. Hold on. He just said he finna say the bail right now. Hold on.
Earl Anderson is locked up on a $200,000 cash bond. If he gets out, he'll have to wear a GPS tether. He cannot have any contact with the victim or anyone under the age of 17 for that matter. He's due back in court in 2 weeks.
But I thought earlier in another clip, maybe these are out of order because they did come out like around the same time. So it said like 2 weeks ago type of thing on YouTube or whatever. But I forgot what I was going to say, Joe. Hold on. I forgot. Oh, the bail. So I know that I could have sworn in one of the other clips, they said that his bail was $75,000. So maybe that what we just heard was the first clip on it, like one of the first clips on it, because it's crazy that his bail went up since he been in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I know I heard 75,000. Because at the time, I was thinking to myself, so he only needs $7,500 to get out, like, and it's tax time, child.
Of course, keeping kids safe should be a top priority for everyone. And so I looked over guidance from Michigan State University. Here's what
And they really should get harsher sentences. Like anybody that is a cop, a doctor, you know what I'm saying, a teacher, a nurse, or you know what I'm saying, like something like that, where they have to, like, you know, obviously religious figures and stuff like that, where the community looks up to them and they're supposed to be safe in your care. Basically, if you a mandated reporter, you should have to be charged more severely than just the average Joe walking around. You know, I feel like all charges concerning children or like sexual assault should be more severe, more stricter. Some states are adapting that, but especially if you're like the mandated reporter class, right? To where, you know, you have an active duty to report things that you see, right? Abuse or something like that. But at the same time, you do a crime like this, you should be charged more severely, in my opinion.
Found as parents, they say, do your research about which apps your kids are using and put in place privacy settings. Also, have regular conversations.
I believe, I didn't check before this, but I would imagine he's still in jail. I mean, $7,500, you know, $75,000 in his bills. If he paid 10%, then, you know, he could get out, you know, $7,500.
It's about texting and safety, and remind your children anything they send out is
Yes, I will do an update, but the thing is so I was 2 weeks late on seeing this. The person that reached out to me 2 weeks ago, and I just went on Instagram and someone told me to look at my messages or whatever, and bam, there was this request from somebody that I didn't think, you know, would even send a request. So I didn't even really know. I don't really be on other apps like that and stuff like that, but I'm glad that this person came forward and wanted me to look at it. So when I went, you know, I'm thinking, okay, it's been 2 weeks. This dude probably went to court already. Probably something has happened in his case, right? To, you know, add to it to where I wouldn't have had to do an update because this is my first time, but, you know, talking about the case. But, you know, the clips that you see in here are all the clips that I found on YouTube. Okay, period. But if they do an update and we find out what happens in this situation, I definitely will come back. Yes.
permanent. Also, keep open communication about what is being shared and with whom.
Detroit police officers now facing charges for allegedly sending inappropriate text messages to a young girl in Warren.
Even though he's a police officer, justice was served, justice was held, and he's going to be held accountable for his actions in the court of law.
Law enforcement leaders in Warren are still piecing together what led to the charges against a Detroit police officer for allegedly sending inappropriate text messages to a 12-year-old girl.
Although he's innocent until proven guilty, this is a very serious case because it sends a message about trust.
On Tuesday, the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office charged Earl Anderson Jr. with accosting a child for immoral purposes, a 4-year felony. The 37-year-old officer is accused of sending messages found during an investigation conducted last month after a report from a parent who alleged the officer sent sexually explicit text messages to their 12-year-old daughter.
This little girl now has to still grow up and have to deal with these issues in this. The family has to deal with it. But what's worse is it's a person that's in a position of trust.
Right. How you protecting and serving. Like, it's just crazy, bro. I hope this man did not violate no other child.
That I will not tolerate.
In their investigation, the Warren Police Department's Special Victims Division found that Anderson sent numerous, quote, sexualized messages to the child during late night and early morning hours. Police say while the messages were later deleted by Anderson, who told the victim to do so as well, they were able to recover them, which confirmed her account of what happened.
Doing the right thing isn't always easy, but in this case, it resulted in somebody being taken off the streets who was sending inappropriate messages to minor children.
Detroit police say Anderson is suspended from duty while police investigate, and they're currently submitting paperwork to have the officer removed from payroll as well. Anderson's bond is currently set at $200,000, with his next court appearance scheduled for March 18th.
Make sure you delete all these text messages. That was the instruction a Detroit police officer is suspected of sending to a 12-year-old girl. That text and others is leading to his arrest and suspension by the Detroit Police Department. You might remember last night at 11, we reported the DPD suspended Officer Earl Raynard Anderson Jr. from his duty.
Warren investigators say he, quote unquote, preyed on a 12-year-old by sending her sexual and inappropriate text messages. The victim, deputies say she's the daughter of his new wife.
You know, this all unfolded when that 12-year-old victim came forward. After texting back and forth, she told someone about that exchange. Then when her father found out about it, he did what any parent would do to protect their child.
Tonight, Detroit officer Earl Raynard Anderson Jr. faces 1 count of accosting a child for immoral purposes.
It's very disturbing. This is an individual who took an oath to protect the community. And instead of protecting the community, made a decision to prey on a 12-year-old.
That 12-year-old, detectives say, his new wife's daughter. The Macomb County Prosecutor's Office tells Local 4 the alleged crime happened in Warren on February 22nd, when the Detroit officer reportedly sent inappropriate text messages to the victim. Timestamps show the conversation started just before 2:30 a.m., lasting more than an hour. The text shows how he asked to keep their conversation private before the girl responds with how her dad goes through her phone. Then he tells her to delete their messages, writing they'll go on a family trip soon. Later, he asks if she needed a second phone before explaining how her iPad is connected to her iPhone. Again, he tells her, make sure to delete their messages, even the ones in trash. We asked our crime and safety expert, how soon should parents talk about the dangers of smart devices and online safety?
5 and even earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, just saying that there are people that aren't necessarily good people, and making sure that your young person understands that, sometimes grown-ups don't always do the right thing.
Meanwhile, Warren police are praising the girl for telling an adult about the interaction.
We can't tell her enough how proud we are of her and her family for coming to us with this issue.
And meanwhile, that Detroit's officer's bond is set at $200,000. He is expected to appear back in court later this month. As far as what is next for Warren investigators, they tell me that they are looking at electronic devices to see if there are any other additional victims. If you know any information about this case, you're urged to contact Warren PD.
What a brave and smart 12-year-old to tell an adult what was going on.
So yeah, there's that. Hold on. So that whole situation, in my opinion, is crazy. I do hope that hold on, let me calm down because it's messing up for a second. I do hope that the family gets their justice. I hope that he is found guilty and has to, go to prison or whatever, just like anybody else would have to do if they did that sick ass shit. Like, I just think that it's so sad that people would ever think of victimizing a child in any way. Emmanuel had said that he's glad that his daughters are grown. I can't wait I can wait because I'm getting sad because my teenagers are 2 years, 3 years away from being grown. But, I don't know. I be on them though. I talk to my children. I tell them that there's nothing that you can't tell me, you know what I'm saying? And things like that, if something's going on or whatever. And then, we be looking on their apps, child, and stuff like that. Phone, how they move and stuff. They literally have apps where you can hear what's going on through your children's phone. Like where they are, you can see them, all that, you know what I'm saying? And it kind of plays in the background or whatever. So that is also a good option as well. But both of them cases, I'll be checking for updates. I know that they did say that the man went to court on the 18th. I did not hear anything. Some people said in the chat, they did not see anything either. Far as an update, and sometimes they do that. Sometimes they literally will, especially when there's not a lot of videos on it, I would have expected other news stations to be talking about it, which was interesting. But anyway, I will check for updates on that, see what happens. Again, I hope they throw the book at him. I hope that, he did this stupid shit and was caught, and this was the only time. I hope he actually didn't physically violate a child, but the text messages are enough. Even for somebody that was just a normal, a everyday person in the streets, it's still a lot because you're an adult. You shouldn't even, a 12-year-old, bro, even I couldn't even look at an 18-year-old as they're attractive. I don't know how these cougars be doing this or whatever with the 20s and whatever year old child. I just still think that's weird, right? But it's not against the law. But it's just wild to me. And a lot of the times these sexual predators do, you know, even when they are found guilty or do they time or whatever, they will re-violate. Even with that stupid class that they claim, you know, teaches the predator not to do it. They know they shouldn't do it. What's good, sunshine? So with this video that we're gonna look at right now, it actually is a two-part video, two different cases. So the first case, I don't know if you guys had heard about the situation with the mother being homeless, her and her mom being homeless. They had a van. The mother, right, had a mother that was living in the van too. Her mother's mother had two of her siblings that were living in the van, and the daughter, right, which is the mother of the children that we talking about, because I don't know how to explain this, job. But anyway, two of her children passed away. So her siblings live, right, and her mother and her, but two of her kids out of the three passed away. And initially, as you're gonna hear in this story, because it was I started this video before it came out that it was carbon monoxide poisoning and not hypothermia, but you're gonna hear about how they thought it was hypothermia and all that, child, and then they did the autopsy on these children and found out that it was actually carbon monoxide poisoning. However, I kind of have a little bit of an issue with how this situation played out, and looking for an update, right? Because there was another case that I found out because of this case, and the video was titled something like charges come after, you know, people die of hypothermia or something like that. Children die of hypothermia. That's all I saw. And so I clicked on it. So the second case is a case that is actually interesting right now. And it was interesting at the time. However, I didn't see it. I was looking at other things. So this goes back to 2023, the second part, which is January of 2023. In a separate case. I'm not doing these together. I just kind of got moved by when I saw what I thought was an update in the first case, and I just fell into this whole other case. However, it actually came back also into the news because the mother of that mother in the situation is suing the police department. I think it's Pontiac Police Department for how her daughter was treated. I think it was the sheriff's office. I think it was a deputy. Yes. So anyway, we'll get to that. But I don't know. I just kind of feel kind of weird about this whole situation with the casino parking ramp situation. So I wanted to take a look at it. I'm gonna step away briefly, but I'll be right back and I'm gonna let it play.
Detroit police are investigating the deaths of two children found inside a vehicle at Hollywood Casino's parking garage.
It's a shocking discovery.
Just a really tragic situation all around, as officials believe two children froze to death in a parked vehicle here behind me here at the Hollywood Casino and Hotel. All happening around 1 p.m. today. And we do understand that there were multiple children in that car, around 5. And that's when a mother realized that one of those kids, a 9-year-old little boy, was not breathing. The mother called in a friend to take that little boy to the hospital. And while there, a grandmother of those children then reported another child in that car, a 2-year-old little girl, also was not breathing. Both children were pronounced dead, and the other 3 were taken to be seen by healthcare professionals. Thankfully, they appear to be doing well. Now, it does appear that the family is homeless and was living in that van. And DPD just wants to remind families that warming centers, they are available for the community.
Certainly difficult to hear. So many people would help. I mean, local churches, you know, there are foster care facilities. So so many people in our community. If you are in trouble, if you're homeless, please reach out. There are people who will help your children do not have to die.
And of course, the city having those warming centers open, so many resources are available, like you said.
Over the past 24 hours, questions have been raised about why the family didn't get help. During a press conference today, Mayor Mike Duggan revealed that family called the city in November, but nothing was done.
For whatever reason, this wasn't deemed an emergency that caused an outreach worker to visit the family.
Tonight, I sat down with that mother. She is 29-year-old Tatiana Williams. She told me she and her 4 children had been living in their van for the past 3 months.
They said it was carbon monoxide. Or I don't know what it is. It's so.
Now, right there, they said it was carbon monoxide, which was interesting because at the first part, they hadn't even done the autopsy yet, right? And that ain't really on the mother, but where did she kind of get that from? Who told her that? Because the news and the detectives in the case believe that it was hypothermia. There was no talk about carbon monoxide that I saw.
So many stories going around. I haven't even got the right story for my own kids. But one thing I do know is they could never be cold in their car because I keep gas in their car. I do what I got to do to keep them kids with heat. So it's not hypothermia. My kids could have never.
But allegedly, the car had broke down and was not running. So I would say it probably takes a good, depending on how cold it is, right? It takes probably about a good 30 minutes for, you know what I'm saying, to get back cold in the car, even if you're blasting heat. You know what I'm saying? If the car cuts off, it take about a good 30 minutes for that heat to dissipate. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kind of wondering about that.
Close to death. But I called everybody. I called out of state. I called different cities. I called Detroit. I got on the cam list. I've been on the cam list for a long time. Nobody. Every time I call, they say there's no shelter, no bed.
Now, Emmanuel, I'm gonna go there. Okay. Bruh, her body language is off. And maybe it's just me, maybe I'm tripping. I hope I'm just tripping. But in my opinion, her body language is off. Now, I do see a couple of straggling tears. Maybe she's all cried out, right? She did lose 2 children. However, in my opinion, her body language is off. And, you know, all this constant wiping, like you have tears flowing down. Anybody could do their voice like they're actually crying, like, oh my God, you know what I mean? And I'm not making fun of the mother, but that's what it felt like when I watched it the first time, and also in editing. It was given fake to me. I'm just being real.
I thought I was doing the right thing. I tried to keep them warm at night. That's it. I was just trying to keep them warm.
Like literally, there's one tear that's running down. Maybe I'm tripping.
Nobody helped me. It took me to lose 2 of my kids to get this help. I don't feel good about it.
Moments ago, I did have the opportunity to speak to Tatiana Williams, who lost her 9-year-old and her 2-year-old, also in the vehicle at the time, her 4-year-old.
Right, but they say that, okay, so carbon monoxide is a gas. The gas, as far as the carbon monoxide, could have settled in the bottom because it goes down to the bottom. So it doesn't rise, it goes down. So depending on how the kids were sleeping and where they were sleeping and all that, this was allegedly a van. I don't know if the seats were in the van or did they remove them. I don't understand how. I don't know if this was a conversion van, but allegedly there was 7 people in this van sleep. Like, I get it, somebody could sleep, you know, in the 2 front seats, that's 2 people, and then whatever. But, and again, I'm not making fun of this because homelessness is an issue, right? But in further research, they claim, unless they lying, that they had beds open. And I did hear her state in here that, you know, she kind of like, she reached out to help, but she really didn't like want to go to no shelter. She didn't want to be split up. First of all, her mother is an able-bodied looking woman, right? She didn't bring in no finances, right? So that she could have went half-seas with her mom so that they could have gotten in a hotel. She stated that they lived in a hotel, but that she, the mother that lost the 2 children, could not afford it anymore. And I get her saying that she doesn't want to be split up from her family, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, at the end of the day, you have to protect them children. You should have went to a shelter. And I believe the reason why she didn't go to a shelter is because she wanted housing help any way that she wanted it, not what was offered to her. And that's where I feel like she's neglectful. But let's continue.
And her 8-year-old. Also, Tatiana's mother and her 2 siblings, a 13-year-old and a 17-year-old, also stay in that vehicle.
I hope he didn't, because it came off very fake to be bailed.
She tells me that she has been homeless for 3 months and that she is trying to do better for herself, trying to get back on her feet. She told me she's a CNA, a medical assistant, and that she was actually about to start a new job tomorrow. And so I did speak with her, and I asked her, one of the questions I did ask her was to take me back to yesterday.
Now watch this, y'all. Again, I get it. She lost 2 children, right? And what Emmanuel stated, she did seem a little reserved. Maybe it's guilt or embarrassment. I mean, and this was probably also new to her. She's probably never been on the news. You know, as all this is hitting her at once. You know, I don't think that she purposely set up a situation for her children to be unalived and things like that. But far as child neglect, I think she should be charged with that. You know what I mean? Because no, bro, like let's say you're in between homes and somebody says, hey, you could sleep in my basement downstairs, right? You go to the house, and this is obviously, let's say Detroit, right? Because this is the situation in here, right? And there's no heat downstairs. It's an unfinished basement. There's no real heat running down there, but you have little children, right? You then need to think about how you're going to like protect these children from the cold, right? So you should then look out for somebody possibly that can take your children in, or you, like this whole situation isn't going to work, because just relying on space heaters or whatever is not enough to keep little children alive. In reality, it can be very dangerous. You know what I mean? So whether it was a van, somebody's finished basement, a car, whatever, it's still the same thing. You have to put them children first. And she chose a van or a car rather than going to a shelter because she would be separated from her family. Bro, your mom could have been in there as her own family with her children, which are your siblings, and then you could have been in there. That don't mean like y'all ain't got to live in the same room. She got a house now because 2 of her children died, right? For free for a year. But like, what if the landlord had said, hey, I'm gonna give you a house, but you can't have your mom and your siblings live here, only you? Would she have not gotten the crib? Like, come on, bro.
Woke them up to wake them up from school. My son wasn't moving. And I kept saying,
thank you, Mimi. Shout out to you.
Freddie, please get up. Please. Please, let me just get up. Don't do this to me. And I tried to give him CPR because I'm a senior and a medical assistant. I've been working there since I was 17.
I do believe so as well. I do believe, like, we gonna get to the dad, because I heard him stating that he was on the treadmill. He was at the gym, child, when he found out. But how you got your baby mama homeless and your kids homeless, but you at the gym, and he, one of them niggas, he a hobosexual, right? One of them bum ass niggas. So a hobo that will have sex with women just to have a place to stay type of nigga,
I tried to give him CPR and I was just giving him CPR. I just kept saying, Petty, don't leave me. Don't leave me.
See, that's what I was thinking. I was wondering, right? Did they see them on the casino cameras? Because it was noted that they went into the casino, right? Obviously possibly to use the bathroom or whatever. Things like that. But I was wondering how much they would, why really did they pick the casino? I know what was said, the reason why they picked the casino, but I really don't believe that either.
Please. I saw the green and brown stuff come out of his mouth. I instantly rushed him to the hospital. I was yelling out the window, stop, stop, stop. We got to get through traffic. My baby, he's dying.
So you mean to tell me that you woke up in a van at 1:00 p.m. You was talking earlier about you woke him up for school. However, it's 12 o'clock, 1:00 p.m. or whatever. It was between that time. So you discover that your vehicle doesn't work no more. You wake up, you discover your vehicle doesn't work. You also notice that one of your children is unconscious, right? He's not responding. So you then get on the phone and you call somebody, not 911, but you call somebody to come and pick you up and bring you to the hospital, child. But it's crazy because I heard somewhere in here that they said that she called 911, but before they could get to her, she was already on her way to the hospital. It's just weird. And then she had to double back for her other child who was also unconscious, who was 2 years old. That's weird. That's weird.
We get to the hospital. I told valet, can you go get some help? He took too long, so I got out the car.
I agree with that. Right? But a family shelter should have, children in it. I'm not talking about just a regular ass, shelter where, where I'm from and what I've seen is, they're separated. So if you're a single person, you go to a shelter, just a regular shelter or whatever. But if you have children, you go to a family shelter. Now, it could be ghetto up in there, child. But you 9 times out of 10 ain't no predators in there, because, predators can be abusers too and have children. But I'm just saying, like, you got to do what you got to do. The crazy thing about shelters is, though, we have so many foreigners living in our country that they often are taking up a lot of our resources, including shelters. And I did read a lot of the messages under even the news videos and stuff like that on this case. And there was a lot of people stating that they've been dealing with homelessness for years and can't get help because all of the foreigners are getting it, right? But at the end of the day, they're giving, the housing list, right? For Section 8 and stuff like that. In some places, you have to be on the housing list for 15 years in order to get housing, for your name to come up on the list, right? But if you move to a shelter, normally you get into, or you get housing quicker because you're like the demand or whatever in your case is more severe than somebody that may be, on the housing list, but they live with so-and-so or whatever, or certain type of things. It is always better to go to a shelter, but I can understand how one would think is not safe necessarily in certain shelters.
Get help. They came to the car and instantly grabbed my baby on his head, get a stretch. He's not breathing.
Exactly, though. But they said not really a medical assistant. She's a CNA. So basically, she cared for patients. I don't know if CNA, I'm sure they get proper, like, CPR possibly, but I don't know about that.
Help.
But that's interesting.
Blue. Everybody tried. I didn't even know my 2-year-old was dying. I was in it with my 9-year-old, and they brought her in right after they pronounced him dead. And my mama came to me, she said, Yaya. That's what we call her, but her name is Amelia. We just call her Yaya. And they said she wasn't breathing. And they pronounced her dead too.
That's a fact, Mimi Six.
I asked everybody for help. I called out of state. I called cities I didn't know. I called cities people asked me to call. I even asked Detroit. I've been on cam list for the longest. Everybody now wants to help.
I agree with that. Mentally ill people. But again, she had 3 children. She should have went right to a family shelter. And I got in here where the mayor is stating that they just, put up 400 new beds and they had room in the shelter. Again, I think that the sad reality to this, and I'm not trying to you know, drag the fuck out the mother or whatever. But I'm gonna be real. She's neglectful. So is the dad, right? But the only reason why she didn't, in my opinion, go to a shelter was because she didn't want to be, you know, separated. But at that same breath, the mother, her mother was still eligible to go into a family shelter because she had two of her siblings who allegedly are underage. So they both could have been in there. And, you know, maybe y'all don't stay in the same room, but y'all are in the same place. So you use that, you know, to as far as safety. That's more eyes and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
I lost 2 kids. I've been asked for help. I feel like it wasn't their time. I did everything I was supposed to do. They had everything.
Now, at the moment, and I'm not trying to be petty here, but some of y'all know me. All this, right? Not trying to make fun of her. There is no tears falling from her eyes visibly right now. None. Y'all want to see? Not none. That's the first thing I look for. Right? Now, we saw a couple of tears kind of straggling or whatever. Some people can actually make themselves cry, but let's just, you know, watch and see and stuff.
Everything.
And a hint to that is that her eyelashes would be wet because when you cry, your eyelashes get wet.
Everything they wanted. Only thing I didn't have was a house. But from electronics to clothes, anything they asked me for, my kids didn't even get whooped. I lost the one who made me a mother. I lost a 2-year-old. It hurt losing 2 kids in one night. You know, I don't wish this on nobody. And if you can get help, please go get help.
Belle, you stupid. I wanted to too, but I'm gonna take the higher route today.
Because I don't want nobody else to go through what I'm feeling. Just wherever you can get help from. If it's not from the city, the state, no other city or state, just go. Like, you don't have to suffer.
She had been living.
Did y'all just see that though? All that crying, sounding. She wasn't, not a tear dropped. And you could be sad and not sound like that, but she was doing that on purpose, bro. Like, period.
Living in a van parked at the Hollywood Casino parking garage with her 4 children.
Not even a tear or reddened eyes. You would think if you just lost 2 children, bro, my eyes would be bloodshot. My eyes would be puffy, bro. I would be in there bawling. Somebody would literally have to be in there talking for me. Okay, period. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, because no child, like, I would have looked like I went through it. Because I would have actually been going through it, not just sitting up here, you know, looking like I'm crying.
Children when the unthinkable happened. 2 of them died from what appears to be hypothermia.
It's been a long journey for Tatiana Williams with an even tougher battle ahead. She spent the last 3 months living in a van with her children.
And I regret having to sleep out there so bad. I tell them I'm sorry, but I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me.
1 a.m.
So you tried to keep a hotel. Now understand, we're gonna see the mom in this portion or whatever, not in this clip necessarily, but today in this live stream. The mom looks able-bodied. She looked like she got to be bringing in money one way or another, child, because she got 2 minor children. So how you and your mother couldn't have put y'all money together to get a hotel to rent. They have weekly hotels, you know, extended stays, or, you know, sometimes, you know, with how homelessness is a crisis right now, a lot of hotels are allowing you to, you know, pay up, you know, weekly. They know, you know, maybe not the bigger ones or whatever, but those are expensive anyway. You don't really want to live in them necessarily. If you're looking for longevity, you want to go to like a Days Inn, a Sonesta, you know, something like that, right? It don't got to be the bottom of the barrel where motherfuckers be renting out the room for an hour or something like that. But, you know, something in the middle or whatever, because you're trying to make it all throughout the month. So I'm just saying, it's just really odd.
On Monday morning, they parked at the Hollywood Greektown Casino parking garage in below freezing temps. Overnight, the car ran out of gas.
Oh, 2 more children? I thought she had 3. My bad.
And the next day, her 9-year-old son was not breathing.
Oh, yeah, she had 2 more children. Wait. Oh, she had 2 more. Wait. Yeah, I thought she had 3. Yeah.
I had to give him CPR, and I was just giving him CPR. I just kept saying, Petty, don't leave me, please.
Because I thought it was her 3 children, right? Her mother, and her mother's 2 children. That's 7 people right there. I don't know, child.
After a friend helped take him to the hospital, her 2-year-old daughter was also found unresponsive. Both were later pronounced dead from what appears to be hypothermia.
I mean, I was thinking that too, because, child, I'm not trying to be petty right now, but to me, she looked like a demented lizard. And then whatever she got going on with the braids. But I understand that, you know, she homeless, so she probably not going to look her best at all times. Now, there is some homeless people that you wouldn't even know that they homeless, child, because they dress to the nines. But she do look like a dilapidated lizard, a demented lizard, or whatever I said, y'all. She do. I'm sorry. And I'm only really saying that because I don't really feel like I ain't trying to say that she did this on purpose. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but something ain't right with Shorty. Like, something ain't right. Something, and look, or if they had a gambling problem. Now, this is just us, you know, throwing things out there right now. Don't hold this to the case. But it's just ironic to me that they would pick you know, what the fuck? A casino. Why not a hospital or something, you know, like that, or something, you know, in some of these places. And I believe they stated in this case, because they came on and did a couple of press conferences about it or whatever, but it was more about housing and where they're aiming at and what they already have set up and on the way. So I kind of kept that out of this. But like, I don't know, child. I just got question marks over my head. Like, something ain't right with this. Yeah.
She didn't get to live her life. She didn't get to do nothing. She lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm confused because I thought it was 7 people in the van, 6 people in the van, child.
Her life, because I had to sleep in the car.
In a press conference.
Wait, no. Yeah, it was 5 children. It was, okay, so the other 2. Okay, so let me try to explain this the best way I can, because I think I understand where the miscommunication is coming from. So the mother, right? Let's go back to her really quick. She has 3 children, and her mother is a 5th person, is involved in this, and she has 2 more children. So that would have been 7. They're not her children, the one on the screen in the pink jacket, but they're her mother's children. So that, I think, because I just added 2 more kids on her. I could have sworn she had 3 children.
She lost her life because I had to sleep in the car.
In a press conference, the mayor and city leaders confirmed that Tatiana did call the city's homeless response team back in November, but nothing ever came of it.
At least as far as we've been able to determine so far, the family never called back again for service. And as far as we've been able to tell, our homeless staff
stop playing with me, Bill.
Never proactively reached out to say what happened with your situation. Was it resolved?
Mayor,
yeah, a hospital or a church, police. You know, I can understand why, because they proposed that that dude right there, the mayor or whatever, child, he said that all homeless people, you know, because they don't have the line open 24 hours a day for the homeless line to put you in this, a shelter or whatever, which is weird to me. Like, Detroit is a very cold state in the wintertime. It's up there, you know, in the Midwest. So I think that they should have that 24 hours a day. If you don't know, you could easily freeze. I think it's 32 degrees or lower. As far as the temperature outside, you can freeze. But yeah, like the mayor had said that all homeless people that need housing or a shelter after a certain time, he told them to go to the police department. But a lot of parents, like a mother with children, wouldn't necessarily want to do that in all accounts because of the fact that she would think that the police may take her kids or something. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, But they said that they came back and said since the governor made that statement that 25 people 25 people went to the police station after he made that statement. So because some people were questioning him about that, like that isn't a good idea, you know, and stated the same thing that I just said, because that's what I said when I first heard it. But I guess his response to that was, well, even though y'all said that, 25 people went to the police department and got help that way after I said it. So, you know, it is what it
Duggan
is.
is now calling for a review of the city's homeless services, while Tatiana is now in a shelter and her kids are with relatives.
It took my 2 kids to die for y'all to help me.
Right, Mimi, sit in DHS, child. Like,
it just don't work like that. It hurt.
Sit right in the lobby and refuse to leave, child. I'll be right there.
Them 2 kids in
with
one
your
night.
kids,
You know,
right.
I don't wish this on nobody. And if you can get help, please go get help. Because I don't want nobody else to go through what I'm feeling.
A father speaking to us tonight after learning 2 of his kids died from exposure to the cold in a casino parking lot.
Yes. No, I'm not knocking van life at all. I think that van life works for some people, right? It wouldn't necessarily work for me, but I feel like it works for some people, but not if you're living in like one of the colder states. I don't think that's a good idea. Like, if you want to be an adult and do it, cool, but not with kids, because so many things could go wrong. Like, they're saying that the car shut off in the middle of the night. She said that she had gas, so it must have been a malfunction. As they were saying, it was carbon monoxide or whatever. We don't know the reason why, right? Far as that the car shut off, but it shut off. You know what I'm saying? So in that breath, she didn't wake up immediately when the car shut off or whatever, right? Which I wish that would have happened. They would have woke up right away. And I'm also interested in seeing, was she even in the car and why she was waking her son up for school at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, because this all happened at 12 o'clock.
Yesterday, 7 News Detroit reporter Darren Cunningham spoke to the mother of those 2 kids about the tragic situation.
Yesterday, I woke them up to wake them up from school. My son wasn't moving.
Well, tonight, Darren is...
Oh, okay. No, I got you. I would have been in that casino, child, trying to like stand by the doors. You know how some casinos have like it be doors to get in, and then you got to walk through some more doors to actually get into the casino. I'll be right there like, what? I think it's sad, but now we're going to get into this shitty ass dad.
Is getting the father's side of this story, hearing about the moment he learned 2 of his children had passed away.
Darnell Curry Sr. wiped away tears while talking with me about his children, Darnell Jr. and Amelia.
And he ain't have no tear. Like, he just took some tissue and wiped his eye with it.
And the distressing phone call he says he took from their mother, Tatiana Williams, on Monday.
I went to the gym. As soon as I got on the treadmill, she called saying, can I make it to the hospital right now? I was hoping it was a sick joke, but it wasn't.
According to Detroit police.
So I saw one little ass tear in his eye that was coming down and shit, but like about to leave the eyeball. Cause I look for that. I'm be trying to be petty, child, but people play in your face too much. You know what I'm saying? And yes, they do have heat lamps. That is true. But for a car situation, that may work. And for a van, that could also work too. But they didn't have that. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm not knocking van life. It works for people and it saves money. I'm not knocking tiny homes either. You know what I mean? I think that it's crazy out here. And with the housing crisis, like we're literally in a housing crisis. So I'm not judging anybody, child, at all. You know, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, though. You know, I don't particularly know like the prices of hotels and stuff. She said she was paying for the hotel, but my thing is, why were you the only one paying? Your mother clearly looks able-bodied to me. You know, I'm just saying.
9-year-old Darnell Jr. and 2-year-old Amelia died while sleeping in a vehicle at the Hollywood Casino at Greektown parking garage.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that part. Okay.
Investigators say the cause.
Yeah, and then they have like what did they call them? Like warming areas. They have warming areas. So that's sad that she wasn't able to go there, you know, and they had also said that you could like stay at the police department. Not that anybody want to do that, but
appears to be.
But again, when you stay at the police department, you know, or something like that, they'll like tell you to leave in the morning. Obviously, you ain't trying to just like lounging there and living there. You know what I mean? Like, you're not in jail, but you're just like in the lobby in some situation, some larger police departments or whatever. I'm saying
Hypothermia, a tragedy stemming from homelessness.
I tried. I asked for help. I asked everybody, even people out of state. But I tried. I tried to keep hotels. I tried to pay people to stay there. It wasn't working for me. You know, people just didn't like too many kids at their house.
I spoke with the children's.
Now, I can understand what she's talking about the too many kids at the house, because the baby daddy, he gonna say, you know, she should have reached out to my family like she used to, like we used to do or whatever. First of all, my nigga, those are your children. And you should have made sure that if the least you can do is make sure that she's set up to stay somewhere at your family's house and they gonna actually, you know, not be on her ass and disrespecting her and shit like that. Fuck how many kids it is when 2 of them children are yours. You feel what I'm saying? Now, again, though, this is another reason why the issue is messed up, because she didn't want to separate from her family, her other family, her mother and her 2 siblings. But that may have been one of the requirements at the house of the baby father. Regardless, he's not shit, because at the end of the day, he worrying about, his biggest issue is how he gonna work out in the gym, how many reps he gonna do, and is he gonna do legs and arms. Meanwhile, the mother of his children and his children, 2 of his children, are living in a van, and it's wintertime. Like, what?
Mother Tuesday evening. She told me she's been living in her vehicle for 3 months, along with her 4 kids, her mother, and 2 teenage siblings. She says she reached out to Curry, who's the father of 3 of her children.
I asked him, I said, can you get your kids for me? I said, I need help. You know I'm homeless. I done kept a room this long. I couldn't keep it no more.
They were homeless. Had Tatiana ever reached out asking to?
No, she did not. Lord, she said, can I get them? Can I get them just to get them? And can I get them because y'all homeless? That's 2 different things.
She said she had been homeless for 3 months.
Say, I saw it. That's what I saw, about 3 months, but she ain't never said nothing to me. Nothing. So all them other side stories, she can cut all that. No, she did not.
Curry, who lived.
So he said that she just contacted him. Just, you know, can you get, there's a little fake ass tear right here, child. Let me make sure y'all see it, child. Okay, you see the little tear right here. I can't, it won't show up, but he said that she called him to get the kids, just to get them, like, not because they're homeless. And he said that if it was because they was homeless, that would have been a different thing. What in the fuck is he talking about? First of all, she don't need to tell you nothing besides the fact that she homeless. And as a man, as the father of them children, you should have springed into action, my nigga. Period. 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 Like, I just don't understand.
Lives in Novi, says Williams never specified why she wanted to drop their kids off to him.
She just asked, can I get them for a couple of days? But I told her I'm working and all that, and I'm out.
And then, like, the mom had nobody. Like, why is it always that the daughter got to come up with a solution to the problem? The daughter's allegedly the one paying the hotel. The daughter's the one that got to find a place for them to lay their head at somebody's house. Like, that's just weird. Like, what is the mom doing? The mother, the grandmother of the children that are deceased in this situation, what is she doing?
Here, we're not close to each other, so I couldn't. But she knows all my family is right around the corner from her.
Did she reach out to him?
Exactly, and especially during the winter. I can understand, right? I mean, I wouldn't advocate for that, but during the winter, though, like, I'm saying, for like that his family should have been responsible for them year round, right? I feel like during the winter months, yes, and fuck how a motherfucker feel about it. Even the motherfuckers that live in the house, right? Unless she's literally doing something that is wrong, because now I bet, you know, oh, my condolences, cuz, my condolences, son or nephew, and all this and that. But these kids, the death of them could have been prevented. But motherfuckers, you know, for those that told the mother that lost her children, it's too many people, they should have thought about that. You know, his family that's saying condolence for the children, they should have thought about something like this happening, even though she clearly was hard stayed on she was not trying to separate from the family, which, you know, I think she, at the time, she needed to worry about her and her kids.
Name your family.
No, she did not. And she knows she could have, like we always used to do.
He says the last time he held his children was a month or two ago, and that they typically FaceTime, moments he will miss. And there's police.
So he lives in Detroit, but they typically FaceTime. That's interesting. That means that you're a not shit-ass dad for real.
Investigation into this. What is it you would like to see come of this?
Because you don't see your kids face-to-face, my nigga?
See, nothing's going to bring back your 9-year-old and your 2-year-old.
It doesn't matter to me. Can't get them back, so it's whatever.
No, you cannot get them back.
Yeah, exactly. Right, Zen? I would have took in the children, right? And the mom and the grandma or whatever, like, at the end of the day, no child should have to go through that, you know. And I know about people living in tents in Detroit, about people living in tents in Chicago and Minneapolis, you know, Minnesota and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And other cold states, you know what I mean, that are really, really cold. Now, I understand that, like, down south, it can tend to get cold. They can see snow sometimes, but it's nothing like how it is in the northern states. You know what I mean? Nothing, not even comparable, in my opinion. And it's just heartbreaking and sad. But in my opinion, you know, Biden did this. He's the one that, you know, and some other presidents before that, but he's the one that opened these borders up for all these people to come in here. I remember, like, I want to say like the late 90s, that's when they started letting Somalians into Minneapolis. And right around that time, that's when a lot of people that were trying to get on housing were sitting there having to wait 5, 6, 7 years for housing because they were giving it to all the immigrants. So that immigration is another thing. Now, I also want to state really quick before we get back into it. What was I finna say? Michigan is not a sanctuary city or state, but they do welcome immigrants in there with the welcoming. And they even stated themselves, you know what I mean? So, and I'm against that. I feel like people should come here, you know, and not need our resources. If you're going to come to our country, don't need our resources. Come with your real paperwork and do it the right way, period, you know?
You know, I would just say, I mean, to anybody in our community, if your children are cold.
I saw one tear from the father and he was allegedly wiping another, allegedly, right? But people can make themselves cry. Do you know that you can even be outside? Because this happens to me sometimes, child. When I'm running from, like, if I park in the driveway and I run in the house and it's cold or whatever outside, my eyes will water. Remember, they was just sitting outside. I don't know if it's just me. Anybody else ever had that?
And go inside somewhere, beg for help if you can, so nothing like this ever happens again.
And as I learned today, there are shelters.
In
those kind of situations, even if it's not ideal, shelters are your best policy at that moment.
Shelters, there are churches, there are people who will take you in. If you're in this situation, please go beg for help. Go knock on a church door. They will let you in before they let you stay out in the cold and your children could possibly die. That won't happen. Please knock on a door and ask for help.
Yeah, please do. All right.
My cousin made a mistake and look at how the world is judging her.
The cousin of the...
My cousin made a mistake and look at how the world is judging her. Girl, if that wasn't the most ghetto shit, bro.
Mother who took her 5 children and their grandmother to the 9th parking lot level of the Hollywood Casino early Monday morning. And when the gas ran out of their car...
Yeah, no, I agree, Belle.
So did the heat. And 2 of her kids, a 9-year-old boy and a 2-year-old girl, froze to death.
She asked for help. She asked the right people. She was scared of what the world would think of her. So she did privately the right thing. She asked the city, and what they do, they told her they couldn't help her.
And the mayor acknowledged that because of this incident, he is asking the deputy mayor as well as the housing director to review this situation and then come back with policies to help those who need housing.
If during the day you are in danger of homelessness, you call the hotline. It's spelled in well-publicized 866-313-2520. But if it's...
And I really do think that, like, them tiny homes or whatever is a good thing. I know that, I think it was like Florida I was watching this documentary about homeless, not Florida, it was California. I was watching this documentary on homelessness, and I don't remember where it is, but I know I believe it was California, but they got like this whole area, and it's got like tiny homes, and that's like basically the shelter. Like, so you go into one of the tiny homes and you have like your own little area or whatever until you get housing. And I think that that's a great idea. I think that homelessness is definitely a problem, though. Definitely not poking fun at that. But that cousin that cared so much right there, why didn't she let, right, her children and her mom and her siblings into her home? But she right there to do a press conference or doing a photo shoot. Like,
After 6 o'clock at night, and an incident's happened, you've been pushed out of the house, you're in an emergency situation, go to your police precinct.
Police say a family of 6 living in their minivan ran out of gas last night. Result, 2 children froze to death.
When the van ran out of gas at some point overnight as temperatures plummeted to 10 degrees. According to police, the mom woke up to find her 9-year-old son wasn't breathing. So she called a family friend who took the boy to Children's Hospital. Then the mother noticed that her 2-year-old daughter was also unresponsive. Both of the children were pronounced dead, believed to be caused by those freezing temperatures that got as low as 10 degrees. The other 3 children were also treated at the hospital, but are stable according to police. But Detroit...
Well, maybe it was another place, because there was like a little village from when I seen it. It was like a little village or whatever. It was more than 10 homes from what I seen. So maybe it was in California, but this was like, I want to say like a year and a half ago. I hope it wasn't California. I know it was more than 10 homes that I seen. So maybe it was somewhere else. But that's crazy though. 10 homes, that ain't finna really help a lot of people. Like about 10 people, because with them tiny homes, you know, and they were pretty tiny, but you know, still it's better than being in the cold, you know. We have those in Colorado. Maybe it was Colorado. Was it like a little village area situation? Okay, wow, not the immigrants. See, and again, I'm like, I don't have no problem with, you know, people from other countries coming here, but do it the right way. It should never be a time where Americans, okay, she said yes. Maybe it was Colorado. Well, shout out to Colorado, because I seen a village. But where Americans should be on the back burner, because they're giving a lot of the resources to these illegal immigrants. Even still now, you know that whether you like them or not, Trump is trying to cut down and get the most violent ones out, him and Tom Homan and stuff like that, right? But there are some cities, mainly the sanctuary cities, that say that they're not cooperating with the feds and ICE and all that. I mean, and shit like that. And that should be a charge upon itself, because it's not up to you to make the decision. It's already been stated that this is what it needs to be. So you need to cooperate. You shouldn't even have a choice, you know? And I just think that, first of all, homeless in sanctuary cities, if they, you know, even thought about it, is higher than other cities that are not sanctuary cities, right? Or states and stuff. I'm just saying.
Police say they're not ruling out charges for the mother.
This was unnecessary. It didn't have to happen this way.
In situations like this, we just want people to understand that the Detroit Rescue Mission offers resources and services to men, women, and children who are experiencing homelessness.
Tiara Clayton with the Detroit Rescue Mission says her heart breaks for the family, but she wants others to know that there are resources available for everyone, including families. You guys aren't in the business of separating families.
No, we're not. No, people come to us and we keep families together.
Clayton's.
Yeah, the Zero Arctic sleeping bags. That's interesting. Are they heated or something like that? I know that my man, as a joke, right? He went to Aldi's one time or whatever. We was barbecuing and shit. It was like a outside, you know, it was winter time or whatever. But he had found a sleeping bag, right? It was blue. It was the ugliest fucking thing ever, right? but it actually like it converted into a sleeping bag, and then it also had feet in it where you could literally wear this bag thing, and he would he would go shovel the snow and shit in the motherfucker. But he ended up barbecuing in that, and that's how he stayed warm when he had to go outside. It was just the ugliest thing though, but he said it was warm, you know, and even when he was outside, like he felt kind of sweaty or whatever, you know what I mean? So that was really warm, you know. So
says that she understands the fear that some may experience about separation, but assures everyone that they have services.
I hope he do.
For working moms and dads that include keeping their children safe and warm 24 hours a day.
Our shelters don't close. There's always someone working, even overnight, where most people, you know, you see the services are really needed overnight. So we have someone working 24/7 at our shelters if there is a need, even overnight. Today,
wow, they put the tiny homes away where nobody can see them. I wonder, was that on purpose? Because I know that like some places in California, I know I watched this news clip, right? Where some places in California are pushing the homeless people way, way far so that nobody can see them. I think it was one of the beaches or something like that, where there was a lot of homelessness going on and people would just, you know, sleep at the beach. People are complaining about it. I remember me and my kids watched a few videos where the police came and like got the homeless people up out of there. They had tents, and some of them was like sleeping in the bathrooms at the beach and stuff. And that was sad, but the police came and closed down shop. But the sad thing was they closed down shop, and in most cases in the situation, they didn't give them people any resources on where to go. They just either threw away their stuff or told them to get their stuff and get on. Like, it was really sad.
Police are confirming new information about that 2-year-old and 9-year-old rushed to the hospital from Greektown parking garage.
We're now learning the siblings died from apparent hypothermia. Police believe the van they were inside was running to keep them warm before it ran out of gas.
Investigation is underway to determine the cause of the death of 2 children inside the Hollywood casino park.
Wow, that is crazy. Arresting people for being homeless, sleeping in cars, even though the shelters aren't full, instead of arresting these corrupt real estate. Yeah, that's true too. And then even the slumlords, you know, that I'm hearing around this area and like in this state and city, they're even like upping rent without even doing anything. And it's just really sad. I work a lot with the community as well, like on the side and stuff. And there's some people that I've been trying to help get into housing for years, bro. For years. Like literally they've been on the list for 5, 6 years, you know, 4 years, 3 years. And it's like, come on, bro. And then housing will be like, yeah, but they have somewhere, you know, they're living with so-and-so, you know, when I call and stuff like that, because I know a lot of people down around to the section to the A office, right? And I'm like, but that doesn't mean that these people just want to keep doing this. You know what I mean? Like, everybody wants their own crib, and all these people have children. So it's very sad.
Parking structure in downtown Detroit. Now, this happened Monday around noon. So far, the police believe the kids died due to hypothermia as they took shelter inside their van on the 9th floor.
On that day and time that the temperatures were below 32 degrees.
At a press conference Tuesday, interim police chief Todd
That's crazy, Bill.
Bettison and Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan said the family, which comprised of 5 children ages 2 to 13, along with their mom and grandmother, had been using a van for shelter for at least 2 to 3 months, utilizing several locations across the city, including the casino parking structure, to park the vehicle and stay warm.
This family reached out to our homeless response team on November 25th.
The mayor was informed that the family,
and then November 25th to the day that this happened is a long time.
Family was looking for another place to stay.
Like, and my meaning with that is, so she only called once. That's it. Like, when you're in a housing situation, a crisis, you need to be a fucking pain in these motherfuckers' ass. You need to call every day, all day, the fuck, all that, not just like sparingly. But again, you know, she didn't want to separate. So
As they were having issues with the family, they were
'Cause
living with.
it's not necessarily like they would have put her mom in a different family shelter facility than her. You know what I mean? They could have still, I get it. They wanted to, you know, share food stamps together and, you know, work so that they could get a crib. But sometimes doing that in a shelter, if possible, is a good idea. Now, the mayor claims that there's hella shelter rooms and they just put up more beds, and specifically more beds in family shelters. So
time. However, a resolution was never reached.
As far as we've been able to determine so far, the family never called back again for service. And as far as we've been able to tell, our homeless staff never proactively reached out.
Now Mayor Duggan is.
And that right there, I want you to remember this, because again, we're going through this case from day one to currently, right? And basically, like, towards the end, I don't know, like, just pay attention, because in my opinion, he's stating that they had beds available, but she's saying that they didn't. Or when she called Canvas or whatever it is, the hotline, that, you know, she didn't get the resources that she needed.
Calling for the deputy mayor and the housing and revitalization department to submit a report.
Right. Or is it that he's lying and he's so far removed from reality, you know, that he doesn't know what's really going on at these shelters, that they're full. But allegedly he had stated that they have something in place so that no homeless person gets turned away. They'll make a cot or a pallet or whatever somewhere for you, you know, that's safe. That's what he was claiming.
Within 2 weeks.
We're going to hear from his press conference too.
Looking into how this can be prevented in the future. But in the meantime, people experiencing homelessness have options.
They can call the city until 6 p.m. at the hotline number. After 6 p.m., go to the police precinct.
Go to the police precinct. The way that he said that took me the fuck out. Like when the mayor talks. But 6 p.m., bro, a lot of things can happen after 6 p.m. And again, people may not feel necessarily comfortable going to the police precinct.
Investigators are working to determine what time the family arrived on the fateful day, but at some point during the night, the vehicle ran out of gas. Police say shortly after noon, the mom called 911 for help as she realized her 9-year-old son was not breathing. In the meantime, a friend rushed the mom and the 9-year-old to the hospital in her car, only to be.
And then I wonder why she even called why she even waited for a ride when she could have just. Like, wouldn't the ambulance have been in downtown Detroit? And the casino is downtown Detroit, right? So wouldn't they have gotten there quicker than a ride?
Called back by the grandmother after the 2-year-old girl was found unresponsive. The friend went back and rushed the rest of the family to the hospital where both kids.
That's why I said that, like, go to the police department. Like he said, like, what?
Were pronounced dead.
What would your answer be for those people who try to utilize the services, but they've just been let down?
We entered this winter with 400 more shelter beds and the 110 drop-in beds with a contract that nobody is turned away at the drop-in shelters any time of the night. We have to put eyes on these families experiencing homelessness with our professional outreach workers. We have to get them physically there and get an immediate response. You just learn so much more being with them.
Now, the 3 other children were.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at the damn mayor or whatever.
Also treated at the hospital and are listed stable. In the meantime, the city is assisting the family.
Everybody who know me know I worship the ground and kids walk though.
All right, we got a tear out of both eyes. Cousin is crying as well. Again, same cousin that where is she living at? She couldn't help her cousin. She cares so much to be there when the event happened, right? Why she couldn't help her cousin out?
29-year-old mother of the 2 kids that likely froze to death Monday in the parking structure of the Hollywood casino.
Maybe I asked the wrong people for help, but that was the only thing I did wrong.
Tatiana.
So why would she throw out there, maybe she asked the wrong people for help? That's interesting.
remembering how many times she reached out for a place to live. She asked the father.
Yeah, because imagine that two of your children die and you just always have a single tear. My face would have been, tears don't always come from the same little spout each time either. So like, it's just weird and fake.
Father of the two kids that died.
He had an excuse every time. Either he's working, they can't come where he living. He lived with a female, and the parents and them don't want kids there or something.
She also
then okay, she said that he lived with a female, and the parents don't want somebody there, so he's shacking up with a bitch that lived with her mama and daddy. That's wild. But again, yes, I want to state that the father is a deadbeat, period. He's
so asked the city of Detroit for help.
I reached out in November. I reached out before that. I've been on the CAM list for a long time. And every time I call and ask if they have a bed, they say they don't have family beds.
But the mayor claims that they just opened all these beds, 400 and some beds.
7 of them had been sleeping in their 2002 Town and Country van since November, but the kids had everything else.
Okay, the van is a Town and Country, so it's like a caravan.
They ate every day, all day. Goodies, food. They didn't want for nothing. Every day they went to school. I had one mistake.
And the kid's grandmother, 49-year-old Yvette Goodman, was all.
Now, this granny, to me, that looks cracked the fuck out. I'm sorry. She looked like a fucking crackhead. And on top of it, though, she looks able-bodied. Like, she ain't in a wheelchair. She's not mentally, handicapped, right? She can work. So why is her daughter the only one that's talking about that she had to, foot the bill for a hotel? That's probably why it didn't work, because you were doing it all by yourself and your mom wasn't doing shit. I'm just saying.
Also in the van that day. Did the van run out of gas?
I have no idea what happened. I have no idea.
Did you fall asleep?
Yes.
And then when you woke?
Only night I fell asleep. I usually be woke.
And when you woke up, what happened?
My grandson wasn't moving.
Here to give an.
No, I'm sorry, but the way that she just came across in there gave all type of it's some type of addiction going on there. And I really would even hate to say that. As far as the mother with the pink jacket on, I really kind of do feel like that may play a part in it. Again, homelessness is a motherfucker, but especially if you have a drug issue or some other type of addiction, you know what I mean? The grandma just seems slow as hell. And she stated that she stay up all night. Are you in the casino while you doing that? Were you and your daughter in the casino? Again, explain to me how this child was woke up for school at 12 o'clock noon though. What kind of shit is that?
An update about the tragic situation that happened with 2 of our young people, children, that preliminarily it looked like they froze to death, died from exposure to hypothermia. So everything that I'm going to give you at this point is.
Yeah, she looked like she been getting sleep and everything. She ain't got no bags. I mean, I have bags under my eyes. Like if I cry for a long time, my eyes will be puffy. Not really bags, but they'll be puffy. But yeah, she ain't had no bags under her eyes. Like she not losing sleep.
Preliminary in nature as we continue with our investigation. So therefore, it could be subject to change, and I'll give further updates later. But the children were asleep in a car on the 9th floor of a casino parking structure, the Hollywood Casino. The mother realized that her 9-year-old son wasn't breathing. Also, previous to that, she had already called a friend, another, close relative, to help, because with the vehicle not running, trying to figure out whether it was a mechanical failure, it had ran out of gas. So they were already on site in another vehicle, attempting with gasoline to get the vehicle started.
So did the 9 and the 1 not work on her phone so that she couldn't call 911? I'm telling you right now, if I ever wake up and notice that one of my children is, you know what I'm saying, like not conscious, he's not waking up or whatever, I'm not finna put him, you know what I mean? Like, let's say I didn't have a car, because I might, you know, like get him in the car or whatever, but he the size of a man at this child. But I wouldn't call a friend to come drive to me and then us drive my unconscious child. I would call 911. I would call for an ambulance. Why wasn't that done?
When the mother realized that her son wasn't breathing, she did.
That's what I think, Mimi.
911 call, but the friend in a Buick immediately transported the 9-year-old.
Yeah, hold on really quick. She should have called the police immediately, and that's why I'm saying, like, that it seemed like the reason why she didn't is because was she afraid that she would, like, what was the reason why? Was she afraid that they were going to take her child, or assume that she did something to him but wouldn't do the same at the hospital? They're going to contact CPS. They're going to do what they have to do.
Put them in the car and transported them to Children's Hospital. While en route to Children's Hospital, as they checked on the other children that were in the van, and it was a total of 5 children in the van, they realized at some point that the 2-year-old wasn't breathing. And so a telephone call was made to the friend that was transporting the 9-year-old at Children's Hospital to return so that the 2-year-old could be picked up. Once the vehicle returned, the Buick.
And then, I'm sorry, so if I discover that one of my children is not breathing or he's passed out or whatever, right? And you in a situation like this, wouldn't you check on all the other kids? Even the 2-year-old, like, just make sure she breathing or whatever. Come on, bro.
You know, we have videotape where we see the whole entire family get into the Buick, and they all were transported to Children's Hospital. With that, like I said, the call came in at 12:12 from the mother. It was very limited information.
Did he just say the call came in? See, I was right. Because I remembered specifics, even though I've been working on other cases. Sometimes they bleed together and I'll put another cases, you know, thing in there. So I wanted to make sure. Let's hear that one more time.
12:12 from the mother.
Hold on, let's go back just a little bit.
The whole entire family get into the Buick, and they all were transported to Children's Hospital. With that, like I said, the call came in at 12:12 from the mother.
So what school do her 9-year-old go to that he only has half days? She said that she woke her son up for school and found out that he was not breathing. So why did the police officer just tell her this, the police chief, whatever, just tell us that all this happened at 12:12 p.m. And it wasn't a.m.
It was very limited information that was given to our 911 call taker as to the location of where everything was happening. It was just at the casino, no description of the vehicle, etc. Our call.
And don't you think, again, why call the police if you already waiting on a ride? So there was a police call made, but at the same time, it's like you rushed to get out of there before they could find y'all, which what you should have did is gave them exact information about where you were, what car you were in, right? What van, and stayed there and waited for them, because the ambulance is always going to be quicker than a friend.
Taker continuously kept the
or
line
somebody
open,
else
trying to identify where in the description and what was going on. A 911 call taker called the mom back numerous times, and ultimately we received a call from the hospital that they had 2 children there who were deceased. Our officers responded to the hospital. The hospital had notified us.
It might have been. That's a good point. I wasn't even thinking that, but it might have been. In my opinion, it's just weird that she didn't. But thank you for pointing that out. Sunshine said, Queen, I agree. Do you think that she didn't call the police because her mom and her had illegal items, drugs or something in the car, or that they would just assume like that they're negligent? Maybe she was afraid, but that could be a good point. And I'm not trying to I get it. Sometimes people that is homeless, you know, they look homeless, but there is people that are homeless that you wouldn't even know unless they told you, right? But maybe her and her mom look like that or whatever because they homeless. But I'm just saying, like, far as the way that the mother responded, she responded to me as the average crackhead. I'm just being real.
It's at 12:47. Officers, like I said, responded to the hospital. And from there, we continued with the investigation, talked to the mother and all.
That could be it, Cynthia. That could definitely be it.
Also talked to the grandmother, and they were able to give us the specific locations as to where the van actually was that was parked on the 9th floor at the Motor City Casino.
Because I do, at the end of the day, kind of feel like 99% of the reason why she didn't call, it was like the children, the other children, and then the fact that it's that fight, or like you just really don't know what to do, which may have been a possibility in the reason why when the police were calling her back, she didn't answer the phone, because I would hope she was tending to her son in the back seat. She should have been in the back seat with him, you know, trying to, you know, get him to, you know, come around or whatever. Another weird case is, I believe it was in the 70s. It was in Hibbing, Minnesota, or greater than Hibbing, Minnesota, really high up in Minnesota. A woman was walking to her friend's house, and there was a snow blizzard, and the degrees were very, very minimal. She ended up getting almost to his doorstep. I heard about this case after the Kanika Jenkins case, because I covered that on a different channel that's not here anymore. But when they found her, whatever, so the friend walked out in the morning and seen her. She had hypothermia. They thought that she was dead, right? Because they couldn't check her pulse because everything in her body was literally frozen. So what they did was they basically de-thawed her, right? As you would take some meat out the freezer and just put it on like the shelf or whatever. They didn't put her on the shelf, child. But the woman is alive. She had severe hypothermia and is alive. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if she's alive now, but because I think she was like in her 30s at the time. But that's another thing too, or whatever, you know, because I remember with Kanika, they said that she froze in the freezer or whatever. And I thought that that was interesting though. But again, these kids actually ended up dying. They thought it was hypothermia, but it was carbon monoxide because it settled. And they believe that possibly there could have been a hole in the van interior, and the exhaust could have crept into the vehicle and over some hours mounted up and just kind of weighed in at the bottom of the van, because gases go low, right? And yeah, so that's what they're saying, which is just sad.
And so we do know that on that day and time that the temperatures were below 32 degrees. And from all, you know, talking to hospital staff, and of course, ultimately the medical examiner will determine the cause of death. But just on the surface right now, it appears that
I think they on dope too.
It was exposure to hypothermia. So at this point, I'll, you know, be around to answer additional questions, but I'll turn it over to the mayor.
Thanks, Chief. It's a terrible day in Detroit as we deal with the tragic loss of two young people, and it's got to make us rethink everything that we're doing. The heartbreaking part of this is that there were family shelter beds available just a few miles away from where the family pulled in to that Greektown structure, but brings home the point that having services available doesn't mean very much if the residents who need them don't know how to access them.
He do look creepy, and he talk creepy too. I kind of like it though, in a way. Like the way that he talks is comical. So if you see me smile or giggle or whatever, I'm not giggling at the situation. Like look, I'm gonna talk about it, okay? Because it's looking at me in the screen. This woman's wig, is out of fucking pocket. It's out of control. I don't like it. I guess she a detective or some child. It is out of control at this point. Like, I'm just saying.
I meet every 2 weeks with the police chief and all of the command staff to talk about what's going on. And last winter, the commanders were
That's a fact. And if it would have been hypothermia, that's probably why he remained asleep. You know what I mean? You'll see in the other case, I think the same thing happened. That's coming up in a while, but I think we got a while more of this. Yeah, we got a while more. So
telling me that they were picking up unsheltered individuals in the evening and taking them to shelters and couldn't get them in, which made me very
not her Mary J. Blige wig, child. I'm dead.
angry because I thought we had contracts that shelters did not turn people away. But we got our housing and redevelopment team together with the Detroit Police Department and dramatically changed things for this winter. We added 400 more shelter beds, going from 900 to 1,300 for the.
Not the mayor's voice sounds like he smokes cigars and drinks moonshine. I'm dead. Throat just scorched. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn.
This winter. And then we added another 110 drop-in beds. And drop-in beds are really important because while a shelter may be full, the drop-in center will take an individual any time of the evening and never turn anybody away. And 75 of those beds were family beds, exactly the type we needed here. Our homeless outreach workers. What they are doing out in the cold and talking to our individuals about their problems every day is remarkable. But DPD complained that in the evening.
Yeah, but talking to somebody about their problems, unless there's a resource that comes behind that, does very little. A lot of these homeless people, they don't want to hear, you know, they don't want to just be heard all the time, right? They want action, right? Especially when they have children that are looking for, you know, shelter for them. You know?
They did not have the access to the homeless outreach workers. And so this winter we put the outreach workers on
not a lodging. He needs something, child. His throat is fucked up.
24-hour shifts, continual service, so that any time of the day or night, DPD can immediately reach an outreach worker and place an individual.
He looked kind of to me like he eat raw hamburger. I'm just saying, like, that just hit me.
And
you know?
all winter long, I have heard great compliments at the way the Detroit
not the detective look like she on perks, child. I'm dead.
Police are working with the outreach team. As people in the city know, our officers do not treat the homeless with a criminal response. They almost invariably go out with an outreach worker talking about where
not the eat the cake anime wig. I am dead.
They could go. As we look at what happened here, we know this has been a lot colder winter. Here's what I am told from the housing department that we just.
She do look like she on perks or something, though. She looks zooted. Like, for real. Look at her, bro. Her eyes just look dead, bro.
You know, that this family reached out to our homeless response team on November 25th. They had reached out earlier in the summer and even back into the previous year, but reached out on November 25th, essentially saying they had been living with a family. They were no longer going to be able to keep living with that family and needed a place to go. And in the course of that conversation, there was no resolution reached on
that better not be a man child
where they would go. And one of the things
I only know it's a detective because I seen her badge around her neck. That's it. I don't. Other than that, I would have been with you. I would have thought like, hey, the family was up there. You know how sometimes they do.
It's important when you call our homeless services folks is that if it's an emergency situation, we send out one of these outreach workers, because when you're on the telephone, you have people with
that might be it though. Let me stop clowning the damn woman. She probably has had a lot of sleepless nights. Imagine what she's seen though, for real. And just old, you know, and stuff like that.
The problems. Sometimes it's hard to figure out exactly what the circumstance is. Is it an emergency? But when a homeless outreach worker goes and lays eyes on the family and sees what's going on, they know exactly what to do. For whatever reason, this wasn't deemed an emergency that caused an outreach worker to visit the family. 3 weeks later, we opened the Family Drop-In Center on December 16th. It was exactly the type of situation we opened it for. We were opening it to be ahead of the worst temperatures of the winter.
Yeah, but is this mayor actually going to these shelters? Is he actually involved, or is he sitting in a warm office every day? I just want to know, you know what I'm saying? Because it's easy for people to, you know, the mayor say for people to do stuff or allocate money towards something, but not, you know, go and check and make sure that everything is running the way that it should.
At least as far as we've been able to determine so far, the family never called back again for service. And as far as we've been able to tell, our homeless staff never proactively reached out to say, what happened with your situation? Was it resolved? Or to indicate that there might be a room available. And so we
the little piece that's sticking up in the back is killing me.
Have to make sure that we do everything possible to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And I'm not trying to talk about an individual employee. I'm talking about the system as a whole. Are we doing everything to make sure people in this city know how to access this critical care? I'm asking for a review of our public information process. As you can probably gather, was up
not Mayor Sunshine. I'm dead.
Late last night.
I mean Moonshine.
And I looked
my bad, Sunshine.
At the media coverage when we opened the Family Drop-In Center on December 16th. It was remarkable. On all TV stations, all newspapers, all social media, we had
them glasses, they not supposed to be worn as glasses. They attached to the wig right there on top of her head like that.
Had extensive coverage that service was there. But the reality is that somebody living in a car or somebody living on the street isn't getting that information. And I want us to think through how.
But what you mean? They're not getting the information when you said earlier, sir, that you got people, the homeless outreach, walking around talking to homeless people. The word should get out, sir. Like, and then y'all got it on billboards or something. I don't know. He had said something else, y'all. Don't hold me to that. But he had said that, you know, and also they put it on the radio. Ain't nobody listening to the radio. This is 2025, y'all.
We make sure the people who need it the most know that we are there for them. The people.
He should have had people out there with posters, all that, like putting them everywhere so people would know. You know what I mean? Even in around or whatever the casino, child. Come on.
In this city, who are working on this are remarkable. You have got churches, you have got nonprofits, you have got warm.
He did. I think he said the radio was out.
You have a lot of people in the city willing to step up and help during the winter. But I think it's really important right now that we just clarify to everybody 2 simple rules, and we have to do this to make sure it doesn't happen again. If during the day you are in danger of homelessness, you call the hotline. It's spelled in well-publicized 866-313-2520. But if it's after 6 o'clock at night and an incident's happened, you've been pushed out of the house, you're in an emergency situation, go to your police precinct. Because in this city, our police work hand in hand with our homeless prevention folks. And if you get to the police precinct, you don't need to navigate anything. The officers there will greet you and take care of you and make sure you get to the shelter that you need.
He forgetting what he's saying and shit, y'all. That be happening to me sometimes too. But not he said that the officers are, you know, gonna help you do this and that. But we just heard from how a Detroit officer is being charged with sending sexually inappropriate messages to his 12-year-old stepchild. Bro.
And we just can't have something like that happen in this city again.
So at this time, we'll open it up to the media for questions. And I can already tell you that as far as the investigation, there's not a whole lot I can say. But a couple of things. Could you shed some light as to how many people were inside the van and ages as well, please? It's a total of 5. No, I'm sorry. A total of 5 children and 2 adults that were inside the van. Would you be able to share ages? I'll have my team get the ages to you. What's the ages? Yeah. 13 to 2. Yep. 13 to 2.
Is anyone detained right now?
No.
Okay.
Well, I am dead.
And I guess, Mayor, this is probably a question for you, and you kind of partially answered that by 2 simple rules that you mentioned. I have experienced quite a few homeless people who are experiencing homelessness reaching out to me over the years, kind of trying to understand what options they have. And, I've helped some. I've tried to get help for some. But,
like this mayor kind of like with the forgetfulness or whatever that we just saw, where he just forgot what he was saying, that reminded me of Biden. But, all the other aspects is like a creepy ass knockoff Batman.
There's always this roadblock. Either they don't have the information because probably they're not watching, television, or they're not on social media. Or when they do call some of the numbers that are designed to help these folks, they don't receive the help. And they're frustrated, they're sad. What would your answer be for those people who try to utilize the services?
Oh, yeah, he does. Yep. I was just thinking about it.
They've just been let down.
When we entered this winter with 400 more shelter beds and the 110 drop-in beds with a contract that nobody is turned away at the drop-in shelters any time of the night, the service is there. We have got to do a better job of educating folks on the fact that the service is there and getting people to it. And we've educated the police department, we've educated the outreach workers, and I think you can help us continue to educate the public.
Is there more that perhaps the city can do?
I think the key is, and I think I said this, the beds have to be available. We have to put eyes on these families experiencing homelessness with our professional outreach workers. We have to get them physically there and get an immediate response. You just learn so much more being with them than you get off of a phone call. And I do expect we are going to dramatically expand the site visits of the outreach workers, particularly with regard to families with children.
Do we have enough outreach workers?
We will do whatever we have to do. So we're already working on it, but we just added a second shift to outreach workers in the evening. I'm confident. But again, they have 14 days to have their report, but I am very confident one of the things they are going to accomplish is to make sure families with children have visits.
Ed White.
They have visits. What the fuck?
From the Associated Press. Chief.
Oh, he meant probably a visit by the outreach worker.
Can you explain the significance of the casino garage for this family?
Now every time I see him, I'm going to be thinking about that, Emmanuel.
Why they ended up there. And I'm wondering, I'm not familiar with that 9th level of the garage. Is it somewhat isolated, and that perhaps prevent maybe passersby or others from seeing the van and what might have been going on? What was the significance of that site?
So I definitely don't want to speculate, but in having a conversation with my detectives that interviewed the mother and the grandmother, and don't want to get too far into actually what was said, but I will tell you that at the casino, it's definitely free parking. It has an aspect of safety to it if you're going to be sleeping in a vehicle. And then another aspect of it is you're able to go inside the casino and utilize restroom facilities.
Did they do that? Did you know if they went in the casino at any point?
At some point, I was told that by my detectives that yes, they would utilize casino restrooms.
I guess that raises another point.
Oh, the chocolate kid or whatever. Hold on.
Anyone from the casino see them at all?
I'm not going to
Was there an opportunity there to intervene?
I'm not going to. The investigation is ongoing, and so definitely.
Let's pause that right there. Hold on, let me see. Give me 1 second, y'all. Where is that at? Okay. This is the person that they talk about. He do look like him. He do. Like that's his son. Damn, that's crazy. Ain't he the one that came out with that chocolate drop song or something like that?
Definitely don't want to do anything, and I'm not going to go into a lot that I do know just based off of
Yeah, chocolate rain. Yeah, chocolate rain. He was on it.
the fact that I want to give this mother dignity, and I'll just present the facts to the Wayne County prosecutor and allow her to do her job. So,
Chief, with this ongoing investigation, is the city now providing this family some resources?
You know, first of all, in this case, they're not doing nothing, right? They're not holding the mother accountable. So it really isn't a case. But there's some interesting things that came out in one news clip that I never heard on any other, right? All the news clips for the case is in this video, literally. That's how I normally do it if you knew over here. If we're looking at a case 9 times out of 10, it's every news clip I can find on it, because even if it is repetitive, sometimes new information gets thrown in and it will only be in that video or something like that, right? But yeah, in this case, nobody's being charged with anything, but in some cases, why they say that their information is limited is because if they give up any further information, it may mess with the integrity of the case.
Housing or any other resources?
At this particular point, the children, they're with other families.
That was a good connection right there. He really looks like him. I want to do it one more time. That is crazy. He looked like him. Nose and everything almost. Like his nose, the sheriff dude or whatever, the police chief or whatever, his nose come up a little bit, but he looked a lot like him. That's crazy.
Family members, and the answer is yes.
And follow up on his question, do you know how long the family had been seeking shelter at that parking garage? Was yesterday an isolated incident, or had they been seeking shelter there over days?
They moved around from various casino parking lots, so that wasn't the only casino parking lot that they would sometimes camp in or stay.
Now, I don't know if the Detroit casino is like how some of the casinos are that I've been to that are in the middle of the city, but a lot of the times the casinos that I've seen that are in the middle of the city, child, even if it's like in a suburb or something like that, there be crackheads outside. Now, it's also interesting that they always pick the casino. Yes, the establishment is normally, you know, open 24 hours a day, but why did it have to be a casino though? There's other places they could have parked that would have been more safe or whatever, you know, and kids ain't supposed to be in casinos. So I'm pretty sure they were allowed to use the bathroom, but really get warm? No, probably not.
Thank you.
Hi, Chief. This is Andrea from the Detroit Free Press. I just have a couple of quick questions.
Yes.
First, you had mentioned that you were presenting facts to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. Does that mean you were investigating for potential criminal liability here?
We not necessarily. We you know, it's so early in the investigation. We're just going to present the facts, and so it doesn't necessarily mean criminal. Sometimes it can mean negligence, but we don't make charging decisions, and we can't even determine the cause of death. And so, just like of course, the medical examiner will actually determine the cause of death.
But you do sway in the decision of charges being brought on. I've seen it in several cases. You know, it's kind of like where they, you know, the prosecutor may be aiming for, you know, some charges, but then the police, you know, they'll push it like, nah, but this one too, you know what I mean? And it actually go through as a charge. So I'm just saying, like, that's some weird shit to me, but they didn't even charge her with negligence. They did, as you'll see in the end of this clip, they did forward it to the prosecutor office, but in my opinion, the way that it was worded in their public release, that basically they're not holding the mother accountable at all, not even for negligence. And I think that the mother and the father should be charged with negligence. Not only that, I think that somebody in this county or whatever got to be held accountable. We just lost 2 children, right? And nobody is held accountable. They just died for nothing, and y'all are going to try better next time, right? But again, this isn't the first, obviously, type of situation like this that happened in there, well, I got to change that because it's not a hypothermia, it's a carbon monoxide situation. But I think that the mother and the father is responsible at the end of the day. They both neglected their children.
We suspect that it's hypothermia.
Like, it's not what you want to do. You want to stay with the family. You want to stay connected. I'm sure the kids do too. But at the end of the day, they would probably prefer warmth and somewhere to lay their head at over just having grandma and your aunts and uncles or whatever around. Yeah, dude with the turtleneck.
But it could come back being something completely different. And so we're going to present the facts to the prosecutor. But at this point in time, we have sent nothing to the prosecutor.
All right, and then just a clarification on timeline. So a family friend was already at the garage helping out with the car when the mother, found out about discovered her 9-year-old son wasn't breathing. The family friend took the child to the hospital, and that's when, was it the grandmother that reported the 2-year-old that was not breathing, or was it the mother?
I believe that was the grandmother. It was the grandmother.
Okay, yes. Grandmother. And then last question, how were the other children, how were they dressed? And how were they found when they were found? Were they in proper clothing or?
Yeah, see that, I don't want to get into that detailed of the investigation, but.
And in reality, because again, this was, it's almost been a month now since this case happened. But some things you can give, like where the kids properly clothed, like period. And why she was waking her son up at 12 in the afternoon to go to school.
We'll present those facts to the Wayne County prosecutor. But the only thing
and things like that, little things like that is another reason why I believe she should be charged with negligence, because there's something going on. The whole situation, you couldn't wait for the paramedics to get there. You had to wait for a ride and they automatically came, but they'll give you a ride, but they won't help you get out of the cold. Like, that's weird.
I'll say is this, for the good of the public, that in temperatures like this, a vehicle will not insulate you from exposure. So therefore, if you're out there, and I'll just use this example because I've been thinking about this over and over and over. You ever leave a gallon of water or a gallon of milk in your car, and the next day you go to it, it's frozen solid. And so for anybody that's out there now, just seek shelter.
Now, I get what he's saying, far as, if somebody sits in the car and all that they could be, have hypothermia and be frozen solid. However, it's weird that I get it. The coroner is the one that makes the real decision far as cause of death. However, when you notice that the kids were not frozen, or, you know what I'm saying? Maybe they were cold. Because I don't know. This shit is crazy. This shit is wild. To me, it's just something weird about this case.
Okay, thank you.
The mayor mentioned that the family reached out to the city in November. Had they been living in this vehicle since November? Maybe not at the casino garage for that period of time, or can you add any more context as to how long they had been living in this vehicle?
From my preliminary investigation and talking to detectives, anywhere from 2 to 3 months.
And when it comes to the other children being with other family members now, not to sit here and second guess on the tragedy, but were they other family members just not aware of this situation with the family? Because after this incident, they can take these kids in, but other family may not have known. Or do you have any idea as to, why they were in the situation they were in?
You definitely don't want to speculate, but from what I've been told, is that the mother had a lot of pride. She loved her kids, and she wanted to keep the family together.
Thank you.
Are you able to say how many times before had this family been to this casino?
I don't know that specifically at this point.
And for anyone that can answer, would there be any consideration of expanding the hours that the city's homelessness hotline operates to operate it overnight? to just give people that option.
We have done that occasionally when it's gotten very cold and we set up additional centers, but
sir, you need to have that in effect during the whole winter months. Like, there is no reason to cut off that service at 6 p.m. No reason at all.
The shortest way for somebody in an emergency is go to the police precinct.
Go to the police precinct.
It's just, we probably will extend the hours, but that will not be nearly as effective. If you're experiencing an emergency after hours, go to your police precinct. They will navigate the process and get you to a shelter.
But that's the same thing that the outreach people are supposed to do as well. They're supposed to navigate. So when you call that number, that should be on 24 hours a day, especially in the wintertime. Not just some hours. Like, girl, bye. Homelessness is real, bro. It is definitely not funny or anything to be taken lightly, especially in the colder states where it's been cold like the whole time of the world. You know what I mean? Or whatever. I'm just saying, that's wild.
The other 3 children involved, where are they now?
There were some family members.
Okay. Thank you.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but were they using their car for heat as well? And then at some point, did they run out of gas? And if that's the case, how long had they had no heat?
So they were using their car as shelter, and at some point, the vehicle either ran out of gas or had a mechanical failure. We'll later be able to.
How do you not know if you're doing an investigation, right? So even though the mother called the ambulance or called the police, she wasn't really helping dispatch find her location and all that, right? And then you finally find the van because now there's another child that needs to go to the hospital allegedly, or did she double back and pick that child up too? But in the full investigation, they should have looked at the van, right? I'm not saying found out the mechanical issues or whatever, but at least, you know, like put the key in, turn it, let's see how much gas is in it. Is there any gas in the car or no? Like, I'm just saying.
To determine that, but during the night,
half-ass investigated. But another reason why I think that they're not trying to hold the mother at least criminally responsible for negligence is because they bear responsibility too. Like the mayor had said that, and that's why I think that they all need to be charged. You'll see, like somebody needs to be held accountable there. Like, what is going on?
It was frigid, and as a result, we're here today.
And the first call that was made to any authority was roughly noon-ish or
Yes,
so.
sir. Yes, sir.
So we're talking a number of hours that there was no heat in that car?
Yes, many hours. So yes.
And Mayor, if I could just, thank you, Chief. If I just ask you, I'm assuming it's not a viable place to.
He does look like he got something important to say. I think he speaks or he like interjects briefly or something.
Shelter.
From what I remember, I edited this video probably like 2 weeks ago almost.
At a casino parking lot. What would you say to the.
But I was waiting to see. The reason why I didn't do it already is because I was waiting to see was they gonna charge the mother, you know, with negligence and things like that. And then I got a couple of updates in the case. They're in here. But I was just like, come on, we finna do this case then, because it's over. Like, they ain't really talking about nothing, you know?
Business operators.
Joe Biden's stepbrother. He do remind me of Joe Biden. For real.
That maybe are providing some safety, but is that the proper way to do that?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the casino operators had any idea.
I'm sure he is pissed. This makes him look really bad.
That this was occurring, but we have the ability to shelter you tonight. Please call the hotline or go to the police precinct.
And those, just so I'm clear, if someone is listening to this right now, they are in need of a shelter, they can call the city 24 hours a day and they can get a place to shelter.
They can call the city until 6 p.m. at the hotline number. After 6 p.m., go to the police precinct.
Thank you.
Not Moonshine Biden. Why does he always say, go to the police precinct? Like really fast. Like
It happened on Monday afternoon, and we've learned that the mother previously tried to get shelter in the city, but she was not able to.
And now the city is re-examining examining its process for getting residents help.
2 young children dying from what police say was exposure to hypothermia. I spoke to city officials who say having available resources in the city is not the issue. However, making sure they can connect those resources to those who need it will be the focus moving forward. I'm also told there's a lot going on behind the scenes to make sure that process is being improved and something like this never happens again. Police say the 2 children were living in a van with their mother and 2 other siblings and parked inside the Hollywood Casino parking garage when their mother noticed they were unresponsive. Police say Darnell and Amelia were rushed to a nearby hospital where they were pronounced dead. The city says calls coming in involving children should now warrant an in-person meeting and escalating the request to get them shelter. It was also revealed the mother of the 2 children tried to get help several months ago but was unable to.
Closure at last for a Metro Detroit family who tragically lost 2 children in the parking garage of a Detroit casino. After weeks of waiting, the cause of death has finally been revealed. Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office has confirmed that the children died from carbon monoxide poisoning.
They did not freeze to death as previously thought by police. In
So these are the updates. I was expecting more, but let's go.
the early hours of February 10th, Tatiana Williams parked her van in the Hollywood Casino parking structure on Beaubien Boulevard with her 5 kids. The family was sleeping in that van, but later that morning, Williams says she found her 2- and 9-year-old unresponsive. They were rushed to the hospital where they were pronounced dead.
Initially, police thought they died of hypothermia. The autopsy began the next day, and today the results are finally released. The medical examiner confirmed the official cause of death was carbon monoxide poisoning, and it was an accident. Tonight, we're learning more about how carbon monoxide...
Why did she need to throw in it was an accident? Nowhere. I just want to be clear. I know that she wasn't talking to me clearly, but I just want to be clear that nowhere am I saying that the mother did this intentionally, but neglect, right, is neglecting the child's needs and the reason why they're not here anymore. If they weren't in a car, they wouldn't have died in that manner. Yes, they could have still got carbon monoxide poisoning, which is a reason why you want to make sure that you have a carbon monoxide detector, right? And make sure it's working and all that.
Side affects people differently.
We're here in the local 4 parking garage, and even though it's a big space, the carbon monoxide that can come from an exhaust can be deadly. And the amount that's toxic to me as an adult is different than what it would be for a child. They call it the silent killer. Carbon
Why would the cameraman get all close like that? Like, that's wild.
monoxide, a colorless, odorless gas that is a byproduct of combustion.
Unfortunately, it's not surprising. In Detroit being a northern city, we get a lot of carbon monoxide cases.
Amy Nefsey is an ER doctor and toxicologist. She says colder weather means more heat sources.
Now they want to get carbon monoxide. Like, the different shots of it is crazy.
And therefore more carbon monoxide. In the case of the 2 young children poisoned while living out of their van in Greektown.
I hope the cameraman zoomed in and like really didn't get down and all close like that.
In parking garage, she said the carbon monoxide source could have been one of a few things.
There's an internal leak where it's not all being pumped outside of the cab and it collects inside the cab of the van. Then that could be one way.
If not a leak, she says carbon monoxide could have filtered in from the exhaust through an open window.
Once it gets inside the van, it settles to the bottom because it's heavier than normal air, and it layers down on the bottom of the van, and it doesn't circulate out because all the windows are up higher than where the carbon monoxide is sitting. And I'm sure the children were sleeping on the floor.
She says the colder temperatures may have made things worse.
If they did have a little bit of hypothermia, you're not going to respond as well to, not being able to breathe. So it was like a triple whammy. They were sleeping, it was cold, and there was carbon monoxide.
Carbon monoxide monitors can be used in your house and even your car. If you're exposed to the toxic gas, some of the symptoms include nausea, headache, dizziness, and confusion. If you think this is happening to you, you should call 911 right away.
The chief saying in part, quote, "We will continue investigating the facts and circumstances of the case and submit our findings to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office," end quote.
A family was sleeping in their van and 2 kids died. Initially, investigators told us that the children died from hypothermia, but today the medical examiner is saying that the official cause of death was carbon monoxide poisoning.
This case has
been far beyond the Metro Detroit area. So many people overall reacting to it. Now, today's update overall sheds a bit more light into the cause of death for brother and sister Mila and Darnell Curry. Police telling us the family had overall been living in a minivan inside of the Hollywood Casino parking lot for several months. Now, 3 other children were also inside of that van along with the children's mother. I actually spoke to a toxicology expert. He told
that is so sad though. Them kids that they had to suffer like that.
Granted, there were multiple people in that minivan. It's possible the carbon monoxide reached the 2 kids before anyone else.
Where exactly were the kids positioned? Were they in the back of the van? Did they have vents on in the front so that maybe they were getting better air in the front but not in the back? They're going to have to reconstruct that to see once why 2 kids in the vehicle died from carbon monoxide where the rest of the family did.
Now, Detroit police told me today, though the cause of death has been determined as carbon monoxide poisoning, they are still investigating the facts and circumstances.
Look, mom and them got a new wig, child.
Of this case. They also told me they plan on submitting those findings to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. Terrence, I also talked to a former prosecutor who told me overall, more still does need to be looked into.
You need 2 things for a crime to.
Right. That is interesting, though. But again, the vents may be a different thing. Maybe they were getting different air. You know, it's still the same air, but the vents blowing on them or whatever. And then they're higher up. So if the mothers were in the front, if they were in the front seat, right, and you know they're sitting upright, even if they're like reclined back, you're still not at like almost floor level. I wonder if the seats were in the van, and where everybody was positioned, just like that dude had said. You know what I mean? That's crazy.
To occur, you need.
But that's interesting though that they weren't sick at all and no other kids were sick besides the 2 that passed away. That's interesting.
An act, of course, the death in this case, and you need intent, and that's what's lacking.
Yeah, she happy now she got a crib. It's the sad thing is that it came at, you know, like the lives of her 2 of her children, but she doesn't have to pay rent for a year. So
here, seems like the mother tried to do everything within her power and reason to try and get help and assistance.
New wig, new crack stem. Facts.
Like, they lived in the van for 2 to 3 months, during which time she reached out to various entities within municipality, was rebuffed on each and every occasion, according to her. And so therefore, you know, it looks like it was just an unfortunate accident.
Now, just last week, we've learned the mother was given a home for free for 1 year. She told our team at the time it's something that she's forever grateful for.
Well, new details coming to light in the heartbreaking case of 2 children who died inside a van in a Detroit parking garage.
The Wayne County Medical Examiner says they did not freeze to death, like a lot of people thought.
Official cause of death has been released as carbon monoxide toxicity. That means on the children's death certificate it will be listed as an accident. However, the criminal investigation is still ongoing. Until Wednesday, the theory was the Curry siblings froze to death last month in the parking garage at the Hollywood Casino in Greektown. The Wayne County Medical Examiner releasing its cause of death, carbon monoxide toxicity. That's all they said on the deaths of 2-year-old Amila Curry and 9-year-old Darnell Curry.
Everyone wants answers because as a community, we've lost young lives.
Attorney Todd Perkins, who's also running for Detroit mayor, weighing in on the highly publicized tragedy. We've confirmed with Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy's office, the criminal investigation into the children's death is active and open.
Her office is going to want to come to a point where they feel very confident either saying yes or no.
The family was living out of a van during the time of their death in the care of their mother, 28-year-old Tatiana Williams. Williams' other 2 children are not in her care, removed by Children's Protective Services. We're told CPS is working to...
That black dude, I think, I forgot what they said. I think he's an attorney or something.
Permanently remove them.
We're told CPS is working to permanently remove them.
We're told CPS is working to permanently remove them.
That shows negligence, child.
Sources close to the investigation tell us the 9-year-old boy was covered in lice and the toddler's teeth were rotted. Both did not have proper clothing.
Sources close to the investigation tell us the 9-year-old boy was covered in lice and the toddler's teeth were rotted. Both did not have proper clothing.
Sources close to the investigation tell us the 9-year-old boy was covered in lice and the toddler's teeth were rotted. Both did not have proper clothing.
And that's why I don't give a fuck about her. Okay, period. At the end of the day, what? Like, okay, so I was wondering how the boy could be covered in lice, right? But nobody else in the car has lice. That was interesting to me. Baby girl's teeth being rotted out of her mouth is probably because the mother, you know, with the bottle, child, with putting juice in the bottle and then, you know, not clearing the baby's mouth out or whatever, or, you know, milk sometimes does that. But so they making moves to remove her children, as this video had came out, and they have found that her son was covered with lice and her daughter's teeth were rotten out of her mouth, the 2-year-old. That's negligence.
Williams did try to reach out to the city homeless services for help over the years.
Sounds to me that she was trying to keep her family together. That's one perspective. Another person's perspective could be she should have known better. She should have fought harder to get into a shelter and all those other things.
We did reach out to Detroit police to see if they had anything to add. We're told they're leaving it up to the prosecutor.
Tonight, we're finding out what's next in the investigation into the tragic deaths of 2 children in a parking garage of Detroit's Greektown Casino. Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison announced the department has wrapped up its investigation and sent the findings to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, now it's up.
He wrapped up what investigation?
To that office to decide if any charges will be filed. Here's what we know so far. Back in February, 5 children were sleeping in a van. When they woke up, the mom found that 2 of her children weren't breathing. The children were rushed to the hospital where they were pronounced dead. Last week, the Wayne County Medical Examiner's Office determined 2-year-old and the 9-year-old died from carbon monoxide poisoning. And finally today, the warrant request was submitted.
DPD.
Now, notice how in these following clips, right? It was only a couple of clips that came out. I think it was 3. There's no more mention of the boy being covered in lice or the baby's teeth being rotted out of the mouth. It was only in that clip. Again, that's why I grab all of the clips in cases that I can find, like literally everything. I'll look and then I'll search again. Whole time I got a playlist. I just keep going and going and going and going and going. And it's everything. So
Chief Todd Bettison making it very clear in a statement, this move doesn't necessarily mean there will be charges in the case. Bettison telling us in a statement, quote, DPD has not requested charges to be filed against any family member of the children. As we do with every case, we have simply turned over our investigative file to the prosecutor's office for its review and determination.
Now that's cap, because they do request charges on certain matters, just not this one.
Charging decisions will be made solely by the prosecutor's office, end quote.
Now, the chief adds every investigative file sent to the prosecutor's office from any police.
Thank you, Mimi. Much love.
Agency is listed under the generic name of warrant request. Now, that's a common procedure, he says.
New developments tonight in the casino case of children who died while sleeping in a parked van outside of a Detroit casino parking structure. Police finished their investigation and are not recommending charges for anyone related to the children.
Well, now it lies solely in the hands of the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office on whether or not to file charges. But I spoke with a former federal prosecutor this afternoon who says that's unlikely.
I don't think anyone really wants to think about that at the moment with the 2 children passed. But
I do. This whole thing didn't even need to happen. I know I don't live in Detroit. I don't even live in Michigan. But this whole thing didn't need to happen. Them kids don't even have a life no more because their mom wanted to stay with family, whether than, over keeping them warm. It's dumb.
The reality is
could have been
the
avoided.
Circumstances do have to be examined.
Captain Nathan Duda with the Detroit Police Department discussing the investigation into the deaths of 9-year-old Darnell Curry Jr. and his 2-year-old sister Amila, who were both found dead inside of a van parked at a Hollywood casino parking deck on February 10th. That initial investigation revealed that the kids were homeless and that they'd been living in the vehicle with their mom, grandmother, and 3 other children for months. On Wednesday, the Detroit Police Department announced the investigation had been completed, telling CBS News Detroit they had sent the findings with no recommendation of charges to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
In this case, I would be shocked if charges were brought.
Former federal prosecutor Rick Convertino says the final say now rests in the hands of the prosecutor's office. But considering the fact that DPD didn't recommend charges, combined with the medical examiner's findings, which were released last week, listing the cause of death for both children as accidental, he doesn't see any criminal negligence of the mother or the grandmother.
Unless there's some other information that's not been disclosed, I just don't see any criminal culpability in this case.
Does this dude know about the lice in the goddamn teeth rotting out their mouth?
It's a chain of events that led to an unmitigated tragedy.
Convertino says the timeline of whether or not the prosecutor's office could file charges may come fast or slow. We did reach out to them today to see what that timeline may be. They would only confirm that no charges have been filed yet.
There's a new twist in the tragic story of two children who died of carbon monoxide poisoning while living inside a van in Detroit. Today, we've learned charges are possible in connection to their deaths.
Hey, so we do know that arrests are forthcoming, but the who is still a question right now. Now, that news came just a couple of hours ago, and it came from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
That man with the turtleneck was there. Who is he? From the press conference, he's there with the mother and the grandmother.
Confirmed to our newsroom that they did receive a warrant request related to the
I just seen him. I didn't see it in editing, but I just seen
deaths of the two children.
He probably dating the mom, child. That's her daddy or something.
But they didn't release the name or on the arrests warrant because charges they haven't been filed yet. Now, you'll remember when their children died on February 10th while sleeping in a van at the casino. Tatiana Williams, the mother of the children, discovered that they were not breathing. Now, the coroner initially said that the deaths were from suspected hypothermia, but last week the autopsy results were announced, revealing that the two died of carbon monoxide poisoning. That news coming just a little over a week after Williams was gifted a brand new home. Now, on March 5th, officials say that the 2-year-old Amelia Curry and 9-year-old Darnell Curry died. We are receiving a release from the Detroit Police Department. The Detroit Police Department has completed its investigation into their deaths and submitted the findings to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office for review. DPD has not requested charges be filed against any family member of the children.
All right, so this is a totally different case.
A mother fearing for her life ended up dying.
I'll be right back, y'all.
And causing the deaths of 2 of her 3 children. Sheriff's deputies found their bodies in a Pontiac field, the boys without winter coats, hats, or gloves. A 10-year-old daughter survived the night, awoke, took her mother's coat, and looked for help.
And it's a mental health issue. That's what the sheriff's department is telling us. 39-year-old Monica Kennedy, afraid that people were out to kill her, including the police. Her family that supported her wanted to get her help. They say she refused. This crime scene from November 4th, 2021 in Pontiac, we're told, is what brought us to this weekend's tragic death of a mother and her 2 sons in this Pontiac field. 29-year-old Kyle Milton shot and killed along with a friend at a party. The shooter's trial ongoing last week. Sheriff Mike Bouchard saying,
incredibly sad on so many levels. Cause of death was determined by an autopsy today. Hypothermia, the determination that the death was accidental. But I would put accidental/preventable.
Bouchard said Monica Kennedy had concerned family who tried to get her help, and she refused it. She told her children to run from police, and they apparently wandered around for at least a mile from their Pontiac apartment Saturday, winding up in the field next to Crystal Lake. Monica reportedly taking a drink from the lake at one point. Oakland Community Health Network Chief Operating Officer Adam Genove tells Local 4 there is help available.
Well, there's a lot of resources for individuals in the community with whatever they're going through. That's why we're here. That's why we're here 24/7 to help the community, to help the people who are in trouble, who need help, who need assistance.
Pontiac City Council member Melanie Rutherford represents the district Monica Kennedy lived in.
And when you have the strong woman syndrome, you don't want to ask anybody for assistance. And then you get to the place where you feel like it's not worth it. And so what we have to keep reiterating is that mental health is real. It is something that is normal. It is something that is treatable.
Well, the grandmother told 7 Action News reporter Kim Russell that she can't really wrap her head around how her 3 grandchildren and their mom were spending nights alone in a field.
My oldest daughter called me and she said, "Mama, you know that was Monica's body that they found." And I just instantly dropped the phone and my stomach just balled up.
It's news no one wants to ever get, but Teresa Milton got that gut-wrenching call. Their family has been through a lot recently. In November 2021, Teresa's stepson, Kyle Milton, was murdered, but she had no idea the mother of 3 of Kyle's children was scared and sleeping out in a field.
That phone could have rung. I would have been there.
Yeah, this case is wild too. It really is. And it's really sad. And I'm not going to say any like disparaging remarks or whatever, because apparently the mom was suffering from mental illness, which is very real. But the reason why I even found out about this case was because of the case that we just looked at. I thought it was an update, right? But at the end of this, it's about to get tight on Pontiac Police Department, because I think they fucked up in this case. There's some crazy shit. But yeah, it gets worse.
Bodies of Monica Kennedy and her 2 sons, 9-year-old Kyle Milton and 3-year-old Malik Milton, were found frozen to death in a field in Pontiac. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard says family members were concerned after Monica started acting paranoid in the last few weeks.
The mom was having a mental health crisis. She believed someone was trying to kill her.
When they tried to get her help, she left on Friday, and no one could find her or the children. Reports were coming in over the last few days of people seeing a mom with children who looked cold. But as deputies searched the area, they couldn't find them. And it wasn't until the family's oldest child, a 10-year-old girl, knocked on a door near the old housing complex, which is now a field.
Mom told them to lay down and rest, and they all laid down in the field. The girl that survived woke up. No one else did.
And 17-year-old Lola Milton now grieving, and she has a message for families across Metro Detroit who might have family members struggling with their mental health.
Don't wait until it's too late and your family is wishing that you would have. Just ask for the help you need.
And the Oakland County Sheriff's Department says that the 10-year-old girl did suffer from hypothermia. She is now recovering at a local hospital in stable conditions.
Yeah, it's just such a heartbreaking story.
Just unbelievably tragic as we learn more about this situation. We understand that the mom you referenced there, 35-year-old Monica Kennedy, was suffering some sort of mental health crisis. It started about 3 weeks ago. The family was trying to get her and her 3 children help, but it really just hit a tragic point on Friday when the kids and her were wandering around Pontiac, barely clothed, and it ended yesterday with Monica and her 2 young children, 2 little boys, found dead, frozen to death in a field.
It kills me. I don't know what to say.
All weekend, Andre Harston and his family were searching for his sister and her 3 kids. 3 weeks ago, 35-year-old Monica Kennedy started slipping into a never-before-seen mental health crisis.
She was always so bright, always working, taking care of kids.
10-year-old, 9-year-old Kyle.
Now, I did initially when I made this video, right, they were saying the little girl's name that survived in the news clips. I had to go in, if you peep it, I had to take it out when they said that, and you'll see why at the end of the video.
And 3-year-old Malik following their mom, wearing nothing to shield them from the cold temperatures, leaving their Pontiac apartment, wandering since Friday.
She believed someone was trying to kill her and that everybody was in on it. It was a conspiracy, so including the police.
On Saturday, sometime she led the kids here on foot near Branch and Gillespie, knocking on doors, asking for food.
Tried to give the young lady some money, and she wouldn't accept it. So they left there and they come down the walk.
Then the family went into this overgrown field near Crystal Lake later on Saturday.
Mom told them to lay down and rest, and they all laid down in the field.
Oh yeah, it definitely is real. I was just laughing at that man. He was cracking me up during editing.
The girl that survived woke up.
He was literally like in every clip. I just started like removing him because he was saying the same thing.
No one else did.
Investigators say Lily grabbed her mom's coat and ran to the nearest house for help Sunday afternoon.
It's so scary. I just couldn't imagine how she felt.
After that 911 call, deputies would soon discover the bodies of Monica, Kyle, and Malik. They froze to death. He is still in the hospital recovering from hypothermia.
They was amazing, so smart, and it's just so sad that they were so young. Didn't even get to experience life yet.
It's unclear what triggered his sister's mental state. The children's father was murdered in 2021, and that trial is happening now. But the claims of any...
See, and then I also want to point out that that's why I feel like she was feeling like she was, like her life was in at risk, is because her baby daddy's trial was literally going on. I don't know if she was supposed to testify or if just her baby daddy's like death and then the trial just kind of like gave her mental, you know, issues or whatever, right? That can easily happen. People can witness events and end up with PTSD or other aspects of mental health. So again, that's very real. But her mother believes that she had a reason to be in fear for her life and that the police department ignored that.
One following Monica and the kids are unfounded, according to the sheriff's office.
It could have been that too, yeah.
I wouldn't blame her. I just want to know what happened, what was in her system. Like, I need answers to that so I can know what type of state of mind she was on. It's never, ever have been her.
That brave little girl. Just amazing that she was able at 10 years old to listen to her intuition and run for help to save herself. She is expected to be okay, still in the hospital, though. When she is released, she'll be released to the care of family.
Some of these mental health episodes can be so unpredictable like this, and no one really knows how bad it is or severe until it's too late.
And that's really what the sheriff, Michael Bouchard, talked about earlier today.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard said a mental health crisis led to this terrible discovery. And he says this is a lesson we all need to learn about, the need to fund more programs to help those suffering.
7 Action News reporter Kim Russell found out in an exclusive interview with the grandmother of the innocent children that they were very loved.
I spoke to a grieving grandmother who says this is so hard to understand. Her doors are always open. So how did her 3 grandchildren and their mother end up trying to sleep in a field here at the old Lakeside Housing Complex in Pontiac with tragic results?
That phone could have rung. I would have been there.
Teresa Milton's stepson, Kyle Milton, was murdered in Pontiac in November 2021. His accused killer's trial is underway. She knew her family was under stress, but she had no idea the mother of 3 of Kyle's children was scared, sleeping outside in the cold in a Pontiac field.
My oldest daughter called me and she said, "Mama, you know that was Monica's body that they found." And I just instantly dropped the phone and my stomach just balled up.
This is a picture of Monica Kennedy, her body and the bodies of her 2 sons, 9-year-old Kyle Milton and now 3-year-old Malik Milton, seen here in his grandma's arms, were found frozen to death in the Pontiac field.
The mom was having a mental health crisis. She believed someone was trying to kill her.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard says other family members tell investigators Monica started acting paranoid in recent weeks. When they tried to get her mental health help, she took off Friday with the children and could not be found. People reported seeing a mom with children who looked cold in recent days, but deputies could not find them until the families...
They did try to get her help. That's gonna come out more in the story and stuff like that. And like towards the end, the mother, I believe, of the mother of the kids that died and stuff like that, she is gonna weigh in on what they did to try to get her help. So again, just not, I feel you if I hadn't seen what I seen, like from what they're saying and stuff like that.
His oldest child, a 10-year-old girl, knocked on a door near the field.
Mom told them to lay down and rest, and they all laid down in the field. The girl that survived woke up. No one else did.
17-year-old Lola Milton is now grieving the death of her 2 little nephews and their mom. She and her mom are holding on to memories of joy that make this all the harder to understand.
They were loved, very loved by their family.
After spending the night out in the cold, that little girl, she did suffer severe hypothermia. The Oakland County Sheriff says she is in the hospital getting treatment, but she is in stable condition.
Oakland County Sheriff Mike Bouchard says that mother's family tried to get her help, but she didn't get it.
Their worst fears were realized when that mother and her 2 sons were found dead in a vacant field in Pontiac.
Now, this is the area of the woods of an old housing project, and well back inside there, about a half a mile back, is where the bodies were found in a field. Now, overnight, the mother and 3 children, 2 sons and a daughter, were in that field. It was cold. The daughter woke up, found that she was going to be okay, at least to a point, and walked over to that house, the White House over here on the right, and knocked on the door Sunday morning saying she needed help. And that's when the sheriff's department arrived. Sky 4 today, flying over the old Lakeside Projects property. The building's long gone, but its remaining roadways overgrown, as are the grounds. It is here where 35-year-old Monica Kennedy, her two sons, 3-year-old Malik and 9-year-old Kyle, died in their sleep of hypothermia. Sheriff Mike Bouchard says Monica had somehow decided people were out to kill her, including sheriff's deputy, and she left her apartment only a mile away from here on foot with the 3 children looking for safety.
Over the course of a couple days, we actually had been getting calls about a woman and kids not dressed appropriately for the conditions. Deputies would go there, look all through the area, and couldn't find anybody. We later learned from the surviving daughter that she had told her kids anytime anybody approached to run.
They found them.
Also, okay, police had came in contact with her, right? And they saw that her children were not clothed. And this is January that we're talking about. You see what I'm saying? I would have rather had them get her help at that time. Like something gotta get, I don't know, bro. It's so sad. This is so unfortunate.
Cells in this neighborhood off of Branch Street. Neighbor Charles Witherspoon saw police activity yesterday and spoke with a neighbor who had spoken with the family on Saturday.
They was hungry. I said, well,
I do not know. I do not know at all. I couldn't even imagine, like, for real. If I had to go to, like, in the last case, if I had to go to an undesirable shelter just so my children have a roof over their head, I would do that shit. Like, I'm doing whatever for my kids, bro. Period. That's crazy.
What you do? Well, she said, I didn't let him in, but her brother, Arthur, she said he tried to give the young lady some money, and she wouldn't accept it.
They wound up in this field near an abandoned old SUV at the edge of Crystal Lake.
They were in the field. She told the kids to lay down and sleep, and unfortunately, that's where they perished.
Now, this is tragedy upon tragedy.
And it's so sad because the girl that survived, even the other child that is a little bit older, like the 3-year-old probably didn't know. But like, think about like what was going through their head the whole time. They were probably just terrified because whether somebody was after her or not, they literally had to just watch their mom be terrified. And rightfully so. Who's to say that the people that killed her baby daddy weren't like gunning for her too? You know what I mean? Like, street shit gets real sometimes.
Tragedy because
yeah, that is so sad. It is so sad.
We come to find out the husband and father of these children was shot and killed in a Pontiac party about 2 years ago. The trial is apparently ongoing. It would appear that that trial may have had some severe impact on Monica to bring her children here.
What are the services available to desperate parents like Monica?
Well, it turns out that there are ample services, although perhaps not to the level that many people would want to have, but there were plenty of services for her.
And 35-year-old Monica Kennedy and her 2 sons froze to death earlier this month while sleeping in a field in Pontiac. The events leading up to her death are under investigation, but her family is also concerned about what comes next.
The latest development in this case, that one of the deputies that had contact with the family leading up to their death has resigned. Their actions were under review by the sheriff's department. We have
remember that
reached out, no official word yet. In the meantime, I can tell you loved ones gathered here tonight to say goodbye. Monica Kennedy and her 3-year-old and 9-year-old sons froze to death after she told them to lie down in a field. Only her 10-year-old daughter would survive. Donations were collected to support the young girl. Family telling us she was released from the hospital after being treated for hypothermia.
She's doing well. I mean, under the circumstances,
right.
she's holding up.
Right, exactly.
She's surrounded by family and lots of love, and just one day at a time. That's all we can ask with her is one day.
Right, because again, mental illness played a part, right? And if it wasn't for that, like the circumstances of the case, then I would kind of side-eye it. But she probably felt, even though that she had a home, she probably felt that the people that shot her baby daddy knew that where she lived at. We don't know how much she was like involved with the case, what she knew, what she said on social media. And we got a trial at the same time as all this happened. This was in 2023. This is an older case, y'all. But we don't know where her mind state was at. So she may have looked at it like she's literally a sitting duck for the people that want to come maybe and harm her again. Like, just knowing that your baby daddy or somebody that you were close to or whatever was killed can cause like PTSD and other mental health issues, in my opinion. You know what I mean? So that may be why she wasn't home and deciding to lay down in the field. Imagine she was emotionally tired, physically tired. They had allegedly walked for like 3 days, it appears, right? Far as the case and stuff like that, from what I heard in editing and stuff like that. So I'm pretty sure she was just emotionally drained. But mental illnesses like bipolar can also cause you to go through a manic phase where you're kind of like, you don't get much sleep. Like, you may go days without sleep, or when you're on the downhill side, you may sleep a lot more than you normally sleep. Again, at the end of the day, obviously she's not here anymore, right? She made a bad decision, a bad choice. But I feel like if the family would have been listened to by the cops, then she would have been able to get the help that she needed. Her family really did, you know, try to make moves for them. That's why in this case, I'm not judging them. You feel what I'm saying? But in my opinion, it's just unfortunate.
At a time.
The mom was said to be suffering a mental health crisis when they died.
Definitely was traumatized. I can only imagine.
Awareness and resources now a focus for city leaders.
There are those who will tell you this is just something that happened. It isn't. It is an opportunity for us as a community to say, if not now, then when. Mental health is real. Mental illness is real.
Now to new information in a horrifying case that continues to unfold in Pontiac.
Tonight, the brother of the woman found dead in the cold with her 2 young children is speaking out about what happened and how mental illness played a role.
A few days later, and the shock has not faded. Monica's friends.
She should have left them kids over at that mom's house, the mom of the son. She was there earlier. She did get a little bit of sleep over there. And then I believe that woman, like when she woke up, she started asking her about mental health things, and that's when she took her 3 children and left.
And family tell me that there were no warning signs until the very end, when she began acting paranoid and refused to get help when family tried to intervene.
I really want answers to figure out what was in her system, if somebody may have put something in her, because that's not her.
Monica Canada's younger brother, Andre,
So he's saying that's not her. Again, like, maybe this mental illness formed around the death of her baby's father. They you know, probably was close and
can't
all
wrap
that.
his head around what happened. Monica and her 2 young kids froze to death in a field in Pontiac over the weekend. Investigators say Monica told her 3 young kids to lie down with her. Only her 10-year-old daughter would survive. Andre's nephews, 9-year-old Kyle and 3-year-old Malik, died alongside their mom.
They were smart, so smart. And it was getting so big.
Andre says his sister was a great mom.
She took care of them babies. That was her main priority, them kids.
But recently, Monica hadn't been acting like herself. Family describing her as extremely paranoid.
Her talking to herself and saying that she felt like there was microchips in the phone. So she walked over to her house to talk to her instead of calling her.
So that reminds me of something. So Monica was 35 when she passed away, right? Normally women, like, from the sound of it, I don't know, right? I ain't giving medical advice or nothing like that, child. Hold on, it's messing up. I'm not giving medical advice, but women normally see signs of schizophrenia close to like their 40s or whatever. As far as this article that I read, you know what I mean? Whereas men or males can be born with it, or it can start to manifest itself in the early 20s. So I just kind of thought about that. Just wanted to let y'all know.
That's not my sister. My sister got a brand new car. She got an apartment. Everybody I see on Facebook bashing, saying that she was homeless. She not
Okay, is it 25? Okay.
homeless.
Monica's
I know
apartment.
I was just looking at the one because I was looking for a reason. I thought that somebody had schizophrenia, y'all. So I just started looking up articles and I read that. But yeah, 25, and then it's like 40, around 40 for women.
It was just over a mile from the field where they found her. It was the surviving 10-year-old daughter who ran for help. She remains in the hospital being treated for hypothermia.
Yes, that part too. That part too. So the tragedy that sparked it could have also been the death.
I put all our love on her right now. That's all we can do is just love and love and love on her.
Well, there's a lot of details that have come to light in this timeline released by the Oakland County Sheriff's Department, namely several attempts by sheriff's deputies to assist the mother and her family, to ask if she's okay, if they're okay, and to get those kids a coat and get them warm, and a lot of other details coming out relating to that investigation.
Now, again, that'd have been my first inclination that something is not right. Again, you know, it's January at the time, and she has children without a coat. Now she had a coat, but they had hoodies, and probably because she just probably sprung it on them or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't know. Because when the little girl woke up in the morning, or whenever she woke up, she noticed that her brothers were dead, and then so was her mom. So she took the jacket off of her mom, put it on herself, and then went to the nearest house to get help.
Wanted to really examine what happened in totality.
And with that, one Oakland County Sheriff's deputy is under investigation amid a deep dive into the moments that transpired before 35-year-old Monica Kennedy and her sons, 9-year-old Kyle Milton and 3-year-old Malik Milton, were found frozen to death Sunday near the former Lakeside housing projects in Pontiac, dead from hypothermia.
How do we, not just as a police agency, but as societally, how do we prevent stuff like this in the future? How do we prevent people from falling through the cracks?
A detailed timeline from the sheriff's office goes like this. Investigators say deputies were first told that Kennedy and her kids stopped at a spot on Mill Street in downtown Pontiac around Friday at 1 p.m. to get help. Deputies then launched a drone search for the family. 10 minutes after the first call, a deputy found Kennedy and the kids near Water and Mill Streets. The deputy asked if she needed help and where she was going. Kennedy answered that she was okay, did not need any help, and walked away.
So it would have potentially been a different situation had we known that this person was in a mental health crisis when they encountered her, because we didn't get that information until afterwards.
Minutes later.
So apparently that police chief thinks that people that have mental illnesses should wear a shirt that says it, or some type of like sticker, or get a tattoo with "I have a mental illness" on my forehead. Sir, you guys are supposed to be trained in this, and honestly, every police department should have a mental health, like group or something like that, right? I want to say task force, but that makes it sound, you know what I mean? But some type of squad to like be able to identify more, mental health. Just like a canine handler kind of knows more about dogs than the other canine, the other regular cops, and certain cops specialize in like homicides or like detectives and stuff, and some specialize in burglary or bank fraud type of shit, you know what I mean? That's HIPAA. What's HIPAA? Oh yeah, with them having to plaster it on there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, as somebody that is supposed to be trained in certain things, though, they should have known that something ain't right. Like, yeah, she's telling you they're good, and come with me, kids, or whatever. But you're looking at 3 children that are dressed under the weather. The mom is telling you that she's good, and you've gotten all these calls about people, 3 children and a mom walking around, right, the community and stuff. Like, something gotta give. You shouldn't, like, Just like when a hostage situation happens, they call in a hostage negotiator, right? They could have called in somebody. The cop, as you're going to hear, actually followed the mother in the car, which probably heightened her sense of, oh my God, I'm in danger, right? Played right into it because the cop followed her. Now, the only reason why that cop should have been following her is so that he could get somebody so that he could know her whereabouts until he gets somebody that can talk to her. Somebody, you know, that I don't know, not saying a man can't do it, but in my mind, I'm thinking like a woman with a really soft, you know, tone of voice, you know, coming in like a chill type of manner to really try to get them help. I feel like they fumbled the ball. The cop just like, he's an asshole. Watch this.
Later, a second deputy found her inside McLaren Oakland
You'll see in
Hospital
a little bit.
and asked her some in-depth questions to figure out if they were all right. The deputy repeated
Facts, definitely a flag.
and offered to help, but the mother said she was fine, was there for a medical visit for her son, and was waiting for a ride. The sheriff's office says the mother again refused help and left. The deputy followed the family as they walked down Woodward and repeatedly tried to convince Kennedy to come to the nearby Pontiac substation or get into a patrol car to be taken somewhere so they can get out of the elements.
But that's not what happened. What this reporter just stated, that is not how the conversation went with the mother. Again, it's later on in the video, you'll see it.
The deputy persisted, you know, I'll get you coats for free. I don't need to know your name. That's before we even knew who she was. I don't need to know your name. I don't need to know your kids' names. Just come with me and I'll get you free coaching. You can be on your way.
Investigators say the mother was wearing a coat and the kids had on sweatshirts and were wrapped in bed sheets. Sources say she continued to refuse offers of assistance. She was
Or how about instead of the cop following her, how about like he went and got some jackets that he thought would fit the kids? I don't know. Then he wouldn't know exactly where she was at though. But they could call for backup for everything else, right? So why he couldn't call for backup or just call, you know, to the police department for a police officer that was just at the office, not really doing shit, right? Like they be doing, pushing paperwork or whatever, to run him out some coats so that he could just get out the car and give the children the coats. Again, though, you know, it wasn't no cool, calm, and collective, loving, protect and serve type of situation.
Followed to a nearby school where the deputy again pleaded with her to take the help and offered to take the family to the substation so the kids could get some coats. Once again, she declined, saying she had family nearby and left.
She didn't appear to be mentally or physically in danger, neither did the kids. She was very clear. No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need anything. You know, why are you asking me so many questions?
By 3 p.m. Friday, Kennedy's family says that she and the kids went to her mom's apartment and took a nap. 30 minutes later, she woke the kids up and they took off after Kennedy's mother argued about her mental state. The family later told detectives that Kennedy had been suffering from mental health problems for the past 3 weeks. 4:30 p.m. Friday, deputies met Kennedy's aunt on how to get her help. Deputies did a welfare check at Kennedy's apartment and did not get an answer. Investigators would later learn that Kennedy believed that someone was trying to kill her and that the cops were in on it. The kids were told to run if they saw the police. Going into the weekend, there were more sightings with people reporting the kids not dressed for the cold. We learned a deputy responded to the call to check an area but did not do a thorough check and did not find or make contact with the family. He's being probed by the Special Investigations Unit in the Sheriff's Office. By Friday evening, more searches were ordered and nothing was found. By Saturday at 4 p.m., a canvass of the neighborhood showed that Kennedy knocked on the door of a house on the 200 block of Branch, but when someone answered, she said that she was at the wrong address and left. There was no call made to dispatch.
Now, that was probably the fear right there. She initially wanted to get help. And then when she knocked on the door and somebody answered, she just like, you know, I was like.
By Sunday at 3 p.m., Kennedy's 10-year-old daughter tells neighbors her family was dead after knocking on the door of a house. She told the neighbor her family was dead in a nearby field. Medical examiners say the family froze to death.
I would love to have the federal government or the state government pay to have someone embedded on our staff, social worker, mental health worker, so that when they come across someone in any situation, if it's not acute and in crisis, like it didn't appear, that's when we have our social worker come in and say, is there a systemic thing we can help you with, connect you with resources?
Only
they do. It's called Child Protective Services. It's called Adult Services. It's called why do you need money from the federal government to do what several police departments have done over the years? Do you know how many police departments have like just a group of people that are only there to deal with mental health? They may be police that have been trained, as well as social workers, etc. Like, come on, fam.
Only her 10-year-old daughter survived the freezing temperatures, and she ran to find help when she realized that her mother and brothers were dead. She was not
That's a fact, Brittany.
But no, she was not homeless. As a matter of fact, her apartment is just a couple blocks away here from the Oakland County Sheriff's substation here in Pontiac. She has family here in Pontiac, but when they tried to intervene, she just sort of brushed them off. Monica and her children had lived in this apartment in Pontiac for the last 6 years, but recent behavior, family describes her as extremely paranoid, had her taking her children out into the cold on foot for several days, wandering around the old Lakeside Projects property in Pontiac.
Over the course of a couple days, we actually had been getting calls about a woman and kids not dressed appropriately for the conditions. Deputies would go there, look all through the area and couldn't find anybody. We later learned from the surviving daughter that she had told her kids anytime anybody approached to run.
Neighbors who saw Monica and her children did call 911 and did try to intervene.
They was hungry. I said, well, Doc, what you do? Well, she said, I didn't let them in, but her brother, Arthur, she said he tried to give the young lady some money and she wouldn't accept it.
Saturday night, the sheriff says Monica told
that man was literally in almost every clip, fam, for real.
3-year-old Malik, 9-year-old Kyle, and 10-year-old to lie down with her in this field. Only would survive the freezing temperatures, running to a nearby home when she realized her mother and brothers were dead. After talking to Kennedy's aunt, it's clear they're overwhelmed by what's happened, and no one saw this coming, despite her recent out-of-the-ordinary actions. What brought on her mental health crisis is unclear, but the father of her children was shot and killed in 2021, and the trial of the accused killer is in process right now.
New tonight, an Oakland County deputy now under review in the case of a mother and her 2 young sons found dead in a field. Sheriff's Office releasing a new timeline of the events that outline a contact between Monica Kennedy and deputies days.
No, I mean, I feel you, right? But what is one to do, right? When a mother is going through mental health, the family is literally trying to get her help, but nobody's listening, right? Especially when the brother was saying that this ain't like her at all. It's kind of like something snapped. You feel what I'm saying? I mean, I feel you, right? If she was probably alive, she need to be charged, you know, with something, but she's not, though. You know, she's dead. So it's like, what is that really going to do?
Before the family's death.
Well, we are live at the Oakland County Sheriff's substation here in Pontiac. I mentioned that because there is a full-time mental health worker that is here at this location all times. Now, here's what else we learned. A relative of Monica Kennedy actually came here to the substation to figure out how to go about getting her the help that she needed. As she was doing that, another deputy was out looking for a woman and children that were not dressed for the cold, not realizing she was the one experiencing a mental health emergency.
In a tragedy, everybody questions, what else could I have done?
Yeah, I mean, I can't diagnose her, but it sounds like schizophrenia to me, saying that her electronics were talking to her, feeling like everybody was out to get her, even the police, they was trying to kill her and stuff. But allegedly, like I said, the mother claims that her daughter Monica actually had a reason to fear for her life. I want to keep stating that, because in a minute we're going to listen to a Zoom from the mother, where the mother is going to speak, and the attorneys, because she is pressing charges on this, you know, police department, and I believe the officer. I can't remember all who's involved in it, but yeah.
That question prompting Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard.
And at least in this situation, they actually did try to get help rather than just saying that they did and stuff like that. I believe that they really did try to get help. Like they just went through a lot, you know. Ultimately, though, I don't know how it is, and maybe somebody in Michigan could let me know. But like here, like if you are next of kin of somebody or whatever, right, you can have them admitted into a psych ward. The the mother or the other family could have went to try to get custody of her kids, but that would have maybe had a negative outlook on for the mother and the rest of the family. You know what I mean? How the mother looked at the rest of the family when all they wanted to do is get her help. They don't want to make her life harder. I'm just saying, like, it's sad.
Take a closer look after the bodies of 35-year-old Monica Kennedy.
Yeah, that is weird too, though. That is weird too, that she had a jacket on, but her kids didn't. And we talking about January. We're talking about January. And I do think that if she would be alive, like if she was alive, she should be responsible for her children, like passing, you know what I mean? But then what do you do? Because then that kind of like demonizes mental health. See, the other woman, she wasn't suffering from mental health. She just didn't want to be separated from her family. But she's actually suffering from mental health. And the thing with people that are suffering from mental health or an episode or whatever, they don't know that they're actually going through it. They think that everything is fine or what they're telling you is the truth, right? As far as, you know, people looking out of, you know, trying to kill them or whatever, right? But it's not like, you know what I mean? Like they're kind of like the last ones to know, kind of like a drug addict, right? They be thinking that they look normal, but to everybody else, we be like, what the hell, bro? Like that looks weird. Like, you know.
And her 2 young sons were discovered by her 10-year-old daughter Sunday.
Suffering from crack, bag though.
All 4 went to sleep in a field Saturday night. The little girl was the only one who woke up.
When we did, in fact, encounter.
True. That is true. And again, the sad thing about this is she's no longer here. So it's not like we could, you know, see, did she snap out of it or whatever? Or was she just pump faking? You know what I'm saying? The mental illness. But I don't know, based off of the mother and shit like that, I kind of feel like she did just all of a sudden pop up with mental illness. Again, schizophrenia normally surfaces in a woman's 40s or later on in life, whereas a man is, you know, around 22. I think Mimi had stated that.
Her on Friday, early Friday, she was not exhibiting any signs of physical or mental impairment.
Deputies made contact with the family twice on Friday. The first call came in around 1 p.m. Deputies were notified there was a woman and children on Mill Street seeking help. Kennedy appeared to be fine and insisted she didn't need help. Minutes later, another deputy saw the family inside McLaren Oakland Hospital. They left after an appointment. That deputy followed behind them, the children wearing only sweaters and bed sheets. He offered to take them to the substation, suggested they get into his patrol car and out of the elements. She refused. Sheriff Bouchard says Kennedy was lucid, communicating with deputies and asking to be left alone.
Had we known she was in a mental health moment, that may have triggered other things that we wouldn't have done, where she was very articulate and very insistent. She didn't want our help, even when offered coats for the kids.
At that time, there wasn't much else they could do.
Had the children looked like they were in physical distress, had they said, you know, help me, had any of that occurred, then it flips a different switch. But none of
he says that like the children are gonna be like, help me, I'm in distress. You know what I mean? When their mom is right there and they're probably afraid because of how she's acting, and then also to speak up. Like, girl, what? You need them to tell you? Then you don't need to be a cop.
that occurred. They were huddled next to Mom. Mom was doing.
He looked mental as damn self.
2 hours later, Kennedy went to her mom's apartment. They argued about her mental health. She left with the kids. By 4:30 that Friday, Kennedy's aunt met with deputies to get advice on getting her into a treatment facility. Deputies conducted
Don't he look like he lifted his leg to fart though? He do like
welfare check. There was no answer at their home. They tried 2 more times Friday night to find the family with no luck.
And no call.
I agree, though. I agree, because in the parts that I heard, jackets were not brought up, and the officer that dealt with her was not loving and caring, and even protecting and serving. We know that the cops ain't all loving and caring, child, but it wasn't protecting and serving. It didn't seem like jackets really even came up at all.
Calls came in on Saturday, but what we learned is that after they went back,
You're gonna see it in a minute. They're gonna give a clip of the body cam video
and canvassed that nearby neighborhood. Kennedy actually knocked on a door around 4 p.m.
Good night. I think that means good night by Brittany. Shout out to Brittany. Salute to you. Thank you for coming through tonight. I appreciate you. Or this morning. Good morning. Yeah, we is in the morning. It's 2:15, child. Okay, we got about I say like 20 minutes left for everybody else, but thank you, Brittany. Much love.
Saturday, when that person answered, she said she had the wrong address and she walked away. We also know that one deputy, as you mentioned, under review tonight because of his actions on that Friday. So he was the third person to go out and attempt to find that family, but he did not conduct a thorough enough search. So that is why he is under investigation tonight. Either way, just a tragedy, no matter which way you look at the situation.
So they just said that the police officer did not do a thorough enough search. So like that's already showing you from the police department half-assedness.
She was not exhibiting any signs of physical or mental impairment.
Deputies made contact with the family twice on Friday. The first call came in around 1 p.m. Deputies were notified there was a woman and children on Mill Street seeking help. Kennedy appeared to be fine and insisted she didn't need help. Minutes later, another deputy saw the family inside McLaren Oakland Hospital. They left after an appointment. That deputy followed behind them, the children wearing only sweaters and bed sheets. He offered to take them to the substation, suggested they get into his patrol car and out of the elements. She refused.
And this tragedy was based in a mental health crisis. We had a situation where at approximately 3:10 p.m., our deputies were dispatched in the area of the 200 block of Bryant Street. And they were told that a 10-year-old girl knocked on a door and said that her family was dead in a field. And so the deputies fanned out and began to search the area, which was formerly the Lakeside Housing Projects. There's a large amount of vacant fields in that area. And tragically, they located the deceased mom, a 35-year-old mother, and her two sons, ages 3 and 9. And so thankfully, the young girl managed to survive. She's still hospitalized. She's in stable condition with hypothermia, kinds of conditional symptoms, if you will. Again, the mother is Monica Kennedy. She's 35. The sons are Kyle and Malik, and aged 9 and 3. The 10-year-old daughter, as I said, is in the hospital in stable condition. Our detectives immediately began to work. The investigation determined, obviously, cause and what were the factors that led up to that situation where the tragedy occurred. They interviewed family members and a host of other folks, and fundamentally it breaks down to this was a mental health crisis. You
don't know what it is. This dude is not very smart. I've seen him in a couple of other, I think he was the sheriff in, the Kelly Bryant situation with the woman that left her kids in the house, her 3 children in the house for years.
Woman, the mom, was having a mental health crisis. She believed someone was trying to kill her and that everybody was in on it. It was a conspiracy, so including the police. We're in on this, trying to kill her. Family members attempted to get her help, but she refused, and she fled with the children. So over the course of a couple of days, we actually had been getting calls about a woman and kids not dressed appropriately for the conditions. Deputies would go there, look all through the area, and couldn't find anybody. We later learned from the surviving daughter that she had told her kids anytime anybody approached to run. So ultimately, they were in the field. She told the kids to lay down and sleep, and unfortunately, that's where they perished.
Child Protective Services is involved now. They went to the hospital, check on the child, and when the daughter's discharged from the hospital, she'll be turned over to parental care.
This nigga said Child Protective Services is involved now. There's only one kid alive now. What the hell? What's good, D-Ham? Shout out to D-Ham over there. I thought I seen that you was live.
Again,
I'll rewatch it.
Incredibly
Shout out
sad
to you,
on so many levels. Cause of death was determined by an autopsy today. Hypothermia, the determination that the death was accidental.
Not mayonnaise, a mayonnaise sandwich, crackers, and a protein shake. I'm dead.
But accidental/preventable. If we have more conversations, sometimes tough conversations, that it takes strength to ask for help. It's not weakness, and that it's encouraged, and we have more available mental health services to everybody. I think it will go a long way. All across society, we're seeing more and more people that are anxious, depressed. We're responding daily to suicides and overdoses. And oftentimes overdoses are self-medication. And so basically we're seeing death every day as a result of the mental health crisis in this country.
A mother and her 2 kids froze to death 2 years ago in Pontiac. Now a new lawsuit is accusing Oakland County deputies of not doing enough to save that family, even though welfare calls were made.
So the family of Monica Kennedy says the mother of 3 was suffering a mental health crisis. With this lawsuit, it accuses deputies of racial bias and gross negligence, and new body cam footage paints a picture into how it all happened.
What am I? Now y'all watch this.
Supposed to do? Call CPS.
Back on January 13th, 2023, Monica Kennedy wandered the streets in Pontiac with her 3 kids in tow. A new lawsuit says there were multiple calls for help.
You're not in trouble. We've got people out looking for a woman and 3 little kids wrapped in white sheets. Looks like this might be it.
CBS News Detroit received body cam footage from the day. It shows one deputy meeting with Kennedy and her children at an area hospital. After a back and forth, they left back out on the streets. We're told the deputy followed, but the mother refused help.
You're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. CPS does have to be notified.
Later in the day, Kennedy's family reportedly alerted Oakland County deputies of the mother's mental health.
See, and that's a weird thing, though. I don't remember I want to kind of rewind the footage because she has a sweatshirt on. She ain't got no jacket on. Where'd she get a jacket from? Hold on, really quick. Yeah, she got a sweatshirt
a woman
on.
and 3 little kids wrapped in white sheets. Looks like this might be it.
CBS News Detroit received body.
Even when she went into a hospital, she still had a hoodie on, just like the kids. So what is they saying that she had a jacket on?
Cam footage from the day. It shows one deputy meeting with Kennedy and her children at an area hospital. After a back and forth, they left back out on the streets. We're told the deputy followed, but the mother refused help.
You're kind of damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. CPS does have to be notified.
Later in the day, Kennedy's family reportedly alerted Oakland County deputies of the mother's mental health issues. A citizen reported seeing them, which led to a second deputy being dispatched. That deputy ended up meeting the concerned citizen.
Oh, you don't have time to deal with this. There's nothing we can do about this. Okay, well, I'll call somebody.
The lawsuit alleges the second deputy had been ordered to search for the family, but those orders were allegedly disobeyed. The deputy later voiced his thoughts with a coworker.
Every non-police thing being this huge ordeal that we have to deal with.
The conversation goes.
See, if that cop felt like that, this is a non-police thing, sir. You are. I know they take protect and serve off the police cars, but initially you were there to protect and serve. You're supposed to help your community. So mental health is your, you're not a mental health specialist, but you can definitely help in mental health situations. You can get the person the help that they need, but that's not it though. Listen to this.
Goes on for minutes.
I'll rip family apart and put them into foster care where they can get raped.
What?
Rip family apart and put them into foster care where they can get raped.
I'll rip family apart and put them into foster care where they can get raped.
Bruh, how in the fuck is this man so upset about a woman walking around with her children that clearly just anybody, right? We're not cops in the chat. We understand that based off of the information that we found out that there may be some mental health going on here. These are people, like, I'm not saying that they went to like school for psychology and stuff, but they do have to have certain information. Yeah, you want his badge, like, for real. They have to have some type of training in these type of, you know, situations, right? And that's how, like, he should just fucking quit. He should have just quit, been decided that he didn't want to do this. What did he think his job was when he became a cop? I'm just saying. Not he must support Saw. The fact that he said that he'll just rip the family apart and put them in CPS so they could get raped, that just shows me that you have knowledge that rapes happen in CPS custody, which is another thing that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, we've talked about on here before, but yeah, sometimes like it'd be a situation where they could have got the family resources. Instead, they ripped the family apart. And then the child ends up in CPS custody at a foster home where they end up getting raped or some other way abused. It's just ridiculous.
I showed the video to a former police officer. He believes the second deputy dropped the ball.
She's under mental duress, and maybe it is time to give these kids, take them away from their mother, keep them warm, feed them.
The lawsuit alleges the mother instructed the children to sleep outside because she believed the police were trying to kill them. 2 days later, one of them woke up to find her mother and two brothers dead from hypothermia.
And then if you feel like police trying to kill you, so imagine, like, look, so that was because of an innocent bystander was telling the police officer, like, look, you got to get her help. And he just flipped out on them like that. How was his interaction with the woman, with Monica?
Bottom line is you have to protect the citizens of the city.
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office told us at no time did any deputy have a legal basis to detain the family. They also say the deputy inside of the car resigned when an internal affairs investigation started. Now, while a third deputy did arrive later on that initial night, the Sheriff's Office says nothing was located.
So, hello and
all right, this is the press conference concerning the situation. This woman right here is the mother, I believe, of Monica. Them children were her grandchildren. The woman on the right is an attorney, and so is the dude at the bottom, I believe.
Welcome to everyone.
I forgot their titles. This was a minute ago.
Thank you for joining. I really want, on behalf of all of us here, this legal team, we want to thank you for your attention to this extremely important story. We are seeking, obviously, justice for this family, but we are also seeking to shine a light of accountability on the sheriff's department. You have a pivotal role in that. So we thank you.
Definitely was rough as hell. And that probably just played into everything she was going through, like in a negative way, I mean.
Before we begin, I just want to ask that in moving forward, that we refer to the surviving daughter as Jane Doe. There have been some reports after the filing of the lawsuit where her name has been exposed, and we're asking that at least moving forward, we call her Jane Doe. So thank you so much. Last Friday, we filed 2 cases against Oakland County and others on behalf of the estates of Monica Canaday and her 2 children, Kyle and Malik Milton, and finally a second lawsuit on behalf of Monica's surviving daughter, Jane Doe. I'm going to give you a little bit of background as to this case. Throughout the afternoon and evening of January 13, 2023, family members and Good Samaritans called the Oakland County Sheriff's Office to report that Monica Canaday was in the midst of a severe mental health crisis. She was knocking on doors. She was trying to break into homes looking for help. She was in danger, as were her children. Callers repeatedly warned that Monica and her 3 children, ages 10, 9, and 3, were wandering the freezing streets of Pontiac, Michigan, wearing only sheets, and they were in imminent danger. Oakland County Sheriff's Office knew the family was very vulnerable. They knew they were at grave risk for injury, and yet deputies responded with hostility, callousness, and indifference. At 1:14 p.m. on January 13th, Deputy Devin Bernritter confronted Monica at McLaren Hospital in Pontiac for a wellness check. Now, she exhibited clear signs of mental distress during this interaction, and serious concerns were communicated by hospital staff. Hospital staff informed this deputy that Monica had left her children unattended for hours in the emergency room, and she expressed her concerns. Still, Deputy Bernritter refused to engage Child Protective Services, a social worker, or the crisis intervention team. Instead, he watched as she walked away out of the hospital. He then
and then if he would have done what he should have did, which is contact CPS in that situation, like he would have, like normally they would have did, but they don't want to do the paperwork, and they don't want to spend time on things. They just want to get paid for doing things in the community that they're not doing, right? But if he would have stepped in and did anything right there, them kids would have still been alive. The mother would have been pissed off, but at the end of the day, her children would have been alive, and so would she.
Then chose to follow Monica and the children from his patrol car, which only deepened Monica's paranoia.
Yeah, I didn't know about that until this press conference, though. But they was in that hospital, and then remember the body cams of the police and stuff like that communicating with her. But I didn't know that she left them in the house for not in the house, left them at the hospital for hours, though. That's what she said. That's what they said.
The police were trying to hurt her and her children. By mid-afternoon, members of Monica's family made reports to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office that
because the hospital has mandated reporters. They could have got their social worker to call CPS. So where was they antennas at too?
Monica was in,
like, you got children that are just sitting in the lobby allegedly for hours. Then why wasn't that discussed where she was during that time?
A mental health crisis. There was a good Samaritan who repeatedly called 911 after seeing Monica and her children walking the streets of Pontiac, draped only in sheets. He observed them closely. He observed that Monica, something was wrong. The kids were in danger. He told this to dispatch and begged for help. Deputy Alex Cazal was dispatched to perform a wellness check and to search for Monica, but he refused to do so.
Yeah, but they could have also, they could call the police, and then that would cause a social worker at the hospital to kind of get involved and stuff like that. Yeah, alerted the police.
In fact, he refused to even get out of the car. Instead, Deputy Cazal lied to Good Samaritan.
Wait, no, the welfare check came from the family, because the family had went to the police department, I think that day, to do a welfare check. And when they went to her house, she wasn't there. And then they saw her at the hospital. And that's when obviously they were alerted by the police, but that also prompted them to actually go through with the welfare check, like speak to her on the welfare check tip. Yes, the deputy definitely dropped the ball.
The Good Samaritan Johnson, claiming that he was ordered to go to another location and simply drove off, fully aware that Monica and her kids were in danger. Cazal's, and by the way, this stop that he went to, that Cazal went to, that's untrue. He was not called to a traffic stop. He was dispatched to go look for Monica, candidate, and her children.
Now, she just stated that the children were actually in danger, which is interesting. And maybe not just, maybe some of the things that was coming from her was mental illness, but maybe she was definitely in fear for her life because of the trial taking place at the time and all this and that. Like, I really kind of, in a way, want to look into his case and see what the news said about it or whatever, as far as the baby daddy passing away and stuff like that. Like, they said that he got shot at a party. So that's interesting.
Cazal's true feelings in in a conversation that was caught on his own body camera during a 16-minute call with another colleague, he expressed his bias and he expressed his true feelings. In that recorded conversation, Cazal ranted about his disgust for the Canaday family and Pontiac residents in general. He called them ghetto politicians. He dismissed the Canaday family as just homeless being homeless. Cazal mocked the idea of looking for the family, saying it wasn't real police work and saying that it was pointless because the kids would just be put in foster care and get raped. He concluded that the kids will still be here. They'll be just fine because people in Pontiac don't die. The following day, Monica and her children continued to wander the freezing streets of Pontiac, knocking on doors for help. Meanwhile, her family searched for her on the streets of Pontiac. Her family also stayed in homes where they thought she might come and stood vigil waiting for her. They also staked out her home, keeping a safe distance so that she wouldn't be afraid. Meanwhile, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office did nothing. Despite multiple calls and direct knowledge of this family in crisis, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office made no further efforts to locate them. That night, in a state of extreme paranoia, Monica instructed her children to sleep outside in a field, believing it would protect them from the police. The field was less than 1 mile from where the Oakland County Sheriff's Office deputies had been dispatched to search for Monica the day before. On the morning of January 15, 2023, Monica's 10-year-old daughter, Jane Doe, woke up to find her family dead from exposure. This child, Jane Doe, is the sole survivor and will live with the trauma and the loss of her entire family. There is no excuse for Oakland County's refusal to respond. Oakland County had ample information, multiple warnings, and countless opportunities to intervene. And every time they chose to do nothing or worse, actually, actively made the situation more precarious and perilous for Monica and the children. This was a complete breakdown in the Oakland County Sheriff's Office duty to serve and to protect the community. What we're trying to do here in these lawsuits, is to shine a light on the blatant indifference and racial bias that led to the deaths of Monica and the children, as well as to shine a light on the bias against those with mental disabilities. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office deputies ignored, mocked, and abandoned a mother and her children in crisis because they viewed this struggling African-American family as disposable. We intend to hold these officers accountable and to expose the systemic bias just to ensure that no other family suffers this kind of preventable tragedy. And keep close tabs on this story. It's an important one. And with that, I want to hand over the microphone, if you will, to Diamond Canaday. Diamond is a representative for the Canaday family. Go ahead, Diamond.
Thank you, Megan. I'm Diamond Canaday, and Monica Canaday and her sons, Kyle and Malik Milton, were my cousins. When Monica...
Okay, it was the cousins. I think I got mixed up because the other woman called herself the mother of Monica. So I just
her boys were
mixed it up. My bad. This is the cousin,
taken from us. Our entire world stopped. We are a small, close-knit family, and losing Monica, Kyle, and Malik has left a hole that we will never be able to fill. Those of us who stepped up to raise Monica's surviving child, including myself, had to become parents to a grieving child overnight. I myself was not a parent before, and she is not the same child that she was before all of this happened. Even through her grief, she is still bright and friendly, the loving kid that Monica raised. But that sadness is always there, just beneath the surface. Our whole family has come together to surround her with love, support, and stability, and we've made sure that she knows she's not alone, but no amount of love from us can replace what she's now lost. She also struggles with anxiety and fear, constantly worrying about losing the people that she loves. For a very long time, she could not sleep alone, and she needed to see us breathing, just to know that we were still there. Even now, she's asking for extra hugs and always needs to hear, "I love you," just one more time. The legal action isn't about making sure, it is about making sure that she has everything that she needs to heal, the best therapy, the best education, and the support that she needs to build a future for herself. Monica was supposed to be here. She was supposed to be there for the future graduations, the birthdays, and all of the future big moments. These are moments that were taken from her, and we owe it to her to make sure that she has the chance to live a full and a happy life. We're pursuing this case additionally because of the way that the officers treated Monica, her children, and our family overall. The treatment of us was inexcusable. They ignored a mother who was experiencing a mental crisis and her terrified children, and instead of offering any sort of compassion or help, they were making ugly and racist assumptions about who they were. They ultimately decided that they did not matter. The officers responsible should be held accountable. The public deserves to know exactly what was said, what was done, and how badly they responded to Monica and her children. No one with this kind of disregard for human life should be trusted to protect any community, let alone the community of Pontiac. Monica was not some stereotype. She was a devoted mother, she was a caring cousin, and a loving and essential part of our family. She raised her kids with so much love and grace, and she always looked out for others. She was the kind of person to donate hand-me-down clothes and make meals and care for anyone who was in need. In that moment, Monica was struggling with her mental health, and we knew that she needed help. We were trying to support her, and she was let down by the very people who were supposed to provide that final stage of protection, and that to her children as well. Instead of seeing a mother in crisis, the police officers on duty saw a Black woman that they assumed had a record or was homeless, and they treated her like a problem to be dismissed instead of a person who was in need of help. That kind of bias and that kind of willingness to just write someone off because of where they live or because of the color of their skin cost Monica and her kids their lives. No family should ever have to wonder if their lives would have mattered more if they looked differently or lived differently or lived in a different or wealthier community. This didn't have to happen. And I would love for people to understand that. That's all I have now.
Okay, so I'm just looking in the chat, and the question is, since the story has come out, has Oakland County given the attorneys any kind of response? Kevin, do you want to take that one?
Since the lawsuit has come out, no, we have not yet had the chance to speak to Oakland County or its counsel.
Another question: after making the police report that Monica was having a mental break, what did the family do to locate Monica and her children? Diamond, do you want to field that, or I can if you want?
I think that Megan listed most of what the family did, but overall, outside of reaching out to authorities, we were doing everything that anybody could imagine you would do. There were people driving the city. There were people waiting at her home. We understood that she was experiencing some sort of mental break, so we were even being careful not to, further exacerbate it and keeping distance outside of the home, just watching and waiting to see if they were there. My mother personally went to the home the night that the calls were made and the following morning. And there were others that stopped at the home as well. We were calling her phone, but she, in that moment of paranoia, she didn't have possession of her phone. So there was no way to reach her. And everybody who was able to stay and keep vigil in different locations were trying to wait in places where she might return. We were reaching out to people within the family to see if others had heard from her, and continuing to do so throughout the duration of the entire time.
And I'm just going to add to that, what the family did not know is the location where the Good Samaritan had been able to had found them. The Good Samaritan knew where they were. He had eyes on them. And in fact, he was following them at a safe distance so that he could give officers a precise location as to their whereabouts. That fact the family did not know and had no idea.
For that right there, shout out to whoever that person was that cared enough, that saw something that did not look right to them, so they tried to get at least the kids help, somebody help. You know what I mean? Shout out to them. Got a couple minutes left.
There's a question from a reporter, Hannah McKay. Hello. The sheriff's office told us that their personnel tried to help Ms. Canaday and her children numerous times, but she refused these efforts and they could not detain the family. Kevin, do you want to field that one? Do we have a response to that?
Yeah, our response is laid out in both complaints. That explanation is nonsense. The police knew very clearly that these children were in danger. Available information, photographic evidence, and video evidence obtained through the Freedom of Information Act shows these small children walking the streets of Pontiac on a freezing cold day, covered in bed sheets. They're not wearing winter coats. They're not wearing gloves. They're not wearing hats. When the deputy encountered the family in the hospital, spoke to Monica directly, and she gave a false explanation for why her and her children were at the hospital, which would have led any officer to conclude that these children were in danger and that he wasn't being told the whole story. They received reports that she was trespassing, looking into houses that were not her own property. And they had a responsibility, a community caretaker responsibility to intervene to protect these children. There was ample cause for them to stop this family and make sure that they were accompanied to shelter, or if necessary, taken into custody if it meant protecting their lives, which they had ample opportunity to do.
You know, we have released some of the video that you have seen. There is more. Diamond, do you have anything further to say?
Monica, Kyle, and Malik mattered. Their absence leaves us with an extreme pain that we never expected to have to feel. Our family does not take pleasure in having to relive and discuss these experiences, but Monica's surviving child deserves the support that she's going to need to thrive. I want to just take a moment to express gratitude and gratefulness to the support of our therapists, extended family, friends, and our legal team as the grief process continues to be difficult. The support has been essential and will continue to be needed as this process continues. Thank you.
So that's what I got for tonight, y'all. That is my show. Well, this morning, y'all. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. But I did think that they literally dropped the ball in this situation. The police department, whatever, I would have rather them call CPS and all this and that and get them children help. That way the mother would have still been alive in the first place, also as well as the children. I cannot even begin to imagine what the 10-year-old that survived this, the daughter, saw, what she witnessed, what she lived through during that time frame. But this is where it gets tricky at with mental health, because if we have police that are ill-informed to the signs of what it looks like when somebody's going through a mental health crisis and they're dropping the ball or don't want to do paperwork or this, that, and the fifth, or just really don't even like their job to begin with, then how do we protect those that are suffering? I would hold the mom accountable with the exception of the mental health part. And there's a probable chance that she did feel like she was at risk, like her safety and her children. Whether she was really at risk or just felt like it could definitely be two different things. But at this point in time, I feel really bad that that's how that situation ended. It's really pisses me off when people take jobs as police or whatever, and they don't even like the community into which they're serving, right? It really just defeats the whole purpose. If you are not a people type of person, then don't get a job as a police officer. If you don't care about what other people are going through or whatever, then don't become a cop. Because at this point in time, she failed her kids, but the police department failed her, and then judging her and putting her into some type of class based off of her race is fucking trash. It is disgusting, and I hate that that is a reality, but that is what happened in the situation. I low-key do want to look into the baby daddy's murder trial or case or whatever. I want to see if they documented it at all or whatever. And also, I don't expect any charges to come with the mother with the casino situation or whatever, but we'll see what happens in that situation. whether they do something or not at the end of the day. And I'll stay looking out for updates, but ultimately, I am going to be working on the Big U case. I do like to be a little bit late in starting to look at the case. Besides the other day, that was just kind of like the first glance. It was really kind of requested and stuff like that. And I was talking to some of the royal family members about it behind the scenes. But before I had brought it the other day, but I'm not done, okay? Because I already have all of the paperwork is already edited, it's already done, and everything like that. Like if I wanted to, I could show it right now. But what I want to do is I'm gonna save that, and then I'm gonna go in and try to match some things up, kind of like how I did in the DJ Academics situation, where in the rape part of the situation with DJ Academics, I want to, where in the case it talks about so and so did this and said this on a podcast, I want to go and try to find said instances so that we can have video proof, and then remove just them saying it, right? Kind of like I said, how I did in the DJ Academics case and situation. Child, my curls done fell and everything. Child, I'm tired. But so yeah. Yes, I'll definitely be coming back. But what I like, if you don't see me until next Monday, I do want, like in some of these cases and situations, like far as the Big U situation, I don't know where to like find some of the clips. So I'm going to take the next couple of days because I am working at home right now. Y'all know that I have custody of my son's best friend's, my son's best friend, because his mom was going through some stuff. And also all the kids are on spring break. So my son doesn't, well, the boys, they don't go back to school until the 4th, but my daughter goes back, I think, next Monday. So I want to kind of spend some time with my kids while, you know, they at home and stuff like that, you know, and then also try to find the parts that I need for this case for the because I just see a vision with it. Otherwise, we're looking at an hour and 40 minutes of just paperwork, and that may be kind of boring, right? So I want to try to work on this case and stuff like that. So if you guys don't see me until next Monday, then don't trip. If I do see a case or a case is brought to my attention or requested or whatever, then I will probably do like a video about it. Probably not a live, but a premiere. But let me gather everything together. Let me learn more about this situation. I've been looking into it since my live stream, like on the basics or whatever, right? But I've been looking into it over the last few days and stuff like that, and just making a playlist, trying to like find everything that I think I'll need, and looking at and learning more about the situation, because I really wasn't looking, you know, checking for Big U or loose cannon like that or whatever, right? But we'll see what's going on. I do want to state though that okay, so what, okay, Brick Baby apparently, allegedly, don't hold me to this, but I seen in a video, child, that loose cannon and Big U were not given bond, but allegedly Brick Baby was. Now, I also noticed that on Loose Cannon's page, him and his girlfriend have on their YouTube channel, this girl is literally recording jail phone calls. She's literally talking to this man about this damn case. Like, girl, shut the fuck up. Like, girl, do you want him locked up? Like, at this point in time, do you want him locked up? But, and then he also, because I did some research on his page, he also was talking about all type of more, like in the last live stream that I did, where I talked about how Loose Cannon had a very loose mouth. It was even looser than I thought it was. Okay, like the nigga literally was just on his platform, even incriminating the fuck out of himself. So, who she probably do what? So I do want to, you know, take a look at that and then just like kind of wrap my head around this, because I do plan on also documenting a lot of that case. Probably not every single thing, but when that court, when it go to court, yeah, I'm trying to like be up in there, because I want to see about these prostitutes. Now, what I do want to say is, apparently from the sound of it, right, okay, so the sex trafficking, not the prostitutes, but the sex trafficking, right, that's involved in that case. Unseen had spoke about the woman with the food truck and all this and that was to get the prostitutes or the girls for Big U and all that. That appears to be true, but I still kind of wonder were any of them forced into it, since manipulation plays a big part in this Big U situation and everything like that. You know, and I just did a live, not a live stream, a premiere last night with no commentary about human trafficking. That conversation kind of sparked it, where I do know that there are women that are prostitutes that want to do it and are not forced into it. I do understand though that there are women that are forced into it, and also a mechanism that could have forced a woman into it in the first place would be drugs. A lot of these pimps, they'll, you know, get them on drugs and stuff like that so that they feel like they need them and everything like that. So I want to just look into this case. There's other things like the murder that caught my attention, and stuff like that. So, and I was requested under that video to really look at that case, and even behind the scenes, I got so many emails about the Big U case and things like that. So if you know of any of the clips that is in the paperwork, if you following along, please send it to my email, okay? Because I'm on the hunt. I'm trying to make this video on the Big U situation, you know, not as boring. You feel what I'm saying? Where's my whatchamacallit at, child? Okay, there's my email. Not as boring, because I almost fell asleep in the the paperwork portion that I did. That comes out to 1 hour and 40 minutes. And I feel like if I cut up in there, as far as the paperwork with some of the things that he's being accused of, it will also, my earpiece is coming out, it will also make it more interactive, in my opinion. So with that said, that's what I'm doing. I want to, you know, take a couple of days off or whatever, at least. You may see me before Monday, but I want to take a couple of days off and just soak everything in. I've also been taking a look at the Mo3 situation. Y'all know Yellow Beezy, you know, is being in, you know, placed in that situation. So I want to also take a look at that, may do a video on that. But right now, this Big U situation kind of caught my eye. So that's what I want to do. I'm tired as hell. You could tell I had a hard day at work. For real. I literally came home, chilled with the kids for a little bit, because I had to go in today. So I came home, dealt with the kids. I had a couple of meetings and things that I had to do. And then I come home, deal with the kids, and I'm chilling with them, talking to them about how everything's going and stuff like that. And then I just like, let me just get this live out the way, right? Because I was going to move it till tomorrow. I had to push it back a little bit. That's why I think there's not, you know, more people in here also, because I moved it from 9:30 to 10:30, around like 9 o'clock or whatever, because I just kind of wanted time to like see and check on my kids and stuff like that. My youngest daughter was complaining about a dream that she had and all this and that. So before I got her into bed, I wanted to make sure that we went through her room and made sure there's not a boogeyman under the bed and this, that, and the other. I ended up reading her a bedtime story, and that's the reason why it was pushed back. Because when I just came home, I was just like, first of all, the kids didn't do some of the kids didn't do their chores. So I was like, what the hell? So I had to get on them with that. But, you know, talking to them and just checking in with your kids is definitely important. Like the guy had said in the video, you know, you want to start talking to your children about inappropriate, you know, like people contacting them inappropriately online, like what do you say, 5 years old or even earlier. So I just be checking, making sure that they good, making sure ain't nobody messing with them child, kid at school, sending no messages, because that's another thing that be an issue too, bullying. And my children haven't had much of that, but I just want to make sure that ain't really going on. But so that's where I'm at with it. Again, if you see me earlier than Monday, then that's what's up. If I do see anything or I'm sent something, I will maybe do a video on it, premiere or whatever. But other than that, I'm concentrating on this Big U situation. Much love, y'all. Shout out to everybody that dropped down in the chat, even those that didn't even drop down and just rewatch. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know when you talk about real situations and things that are happening in real life, in the world, and not just beef and drama, less people come. But that's okay though, because I still keep that same energy regardless. Okay, I enjoyed my time with you guys, and I definitely miss going live. I think that the going live like once every week or once every other week, I think we're past that now, right? Because for sometimes life just gets busy as hell, but it wasn't my intention. So that's kind of like where I've been, but I think we're kind of past that. Don't hold me to anything, because y'all know at the drop of a dime, I could be called out of state or whatever, or out of town and be away at work. I just cut myself like a little paper clip or something, y'all. I'm just noticing it. But anyway, let me get the hell up out of here. Like I said, concentrating on that Big U thing. Shout out to everybody in here. I got a couple of donations. I definitely appreciate them. Peace to everybody in the royal family. And I will see you guys soon. Much love. Protect them children. Stay you, stay royal, stay uncompromisable, and please stay woke, because you will see me or hear my voice in an upcoming edit or live stream. Much love, y'all. Good to see you, Mimi. Good to see you back. Shout out to D-Ham. Shout out to Bell Gates and everybody, Emmanuel, Brittany, and everybody up in the room. If I forgot about you, I apologize. Much love, y'all. I'm about to lay my ass down. I'm about to go watch some D-Ham. I see that D-Ham just went live not too long ago. I'm going to check in with him. That's also another thing I'm going to do over the next couple of days. There's some people's lives or channels that I support that I haven't really been in, just because, life be life and sometimes, child. So I'm going to try to catch up with them as well. But much love, y'all. Shout out to everybody, and I will see you guys soon. We're going to listen to the same song we listened on the entry, which is Moneybag Yo, None Like Me. Much love, y'all.